Good morning, everyone. Oh, so the expected delay was a little shorter than I thought. No, it's heating up my espresso machine. I was making coffee. I'm excited for today. We'll see how it goes. Is it MOASS today? It could be a pretty exciting day. It really is going to depend on what happens with the options chain, I think. So either longs are going to load up on 0 DTEs and slam this up the ramp, or they're going to roll it out till Monday. I was originally thinking 800 end of day, but I've been advised that we're going to do 20K. Awesome. It's not the first time I've worn a white shirt. I've definitely worn this shirt on stream before. When will we know what the longs are doing with the ramp? Probably around like 2. I want to say like 2 p.m. No, today's not T plus 69. Do you guys do understand that T plus 69 isn't like a set date, right? It's variable based on volume. Great job connecting the dots yesterday. Thanks, man. Are you White Gandalf? Bias confirmed. I understand absolutely nothing. All right, that's fair. 192.5. Interesting. Huh. Are you talking about swaggy stocks? I have a better website than that for like max pan. Like you can use like options, like paid options trackers, and they usually have a much more accurate model than swaggy stocks. Swaggy stocks is also that's max pain for the strike you selected, like the date, like so like 9/10, but it doesn't factor in like the other expiration dates on that same strike. How do you time exiting a strategy in the money? I mean, if you're in the money, you don't have to do a lot of strategy. Just sell high. August plus 12 today. Dr. Stoglove. Dude, guys, never feel obligated to, donate or become members. A like and a subscribe is more than enough. I'm happy to have you here either way. $55K shares borrowed. Yeah. 30K traded in the pre-market. I feel like they used some of those already. White shirt makes you look like Casper, the friendly, not financial advisor. What's up, Criminal Blues? Good to know. Thank you. That's totally important. It's not. It's actually completely fucking irrelevant. Swaggy stocks is more than good enough. But there's always better data. You can always pay for better shit if you want to. Buy high, sell low. Oh, my bad. So, Rob, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. Oh, that's right. I have headphones. So you can check iBorrowDesk, Grant Goff. You can check Fidelity, ATP. Those are the only two that I know of that are available to the public for shares to borrow. There's paid services that show more pools, but I'm not going to pay for that shit. Because ultimately, it doesn't really matter, right? If I know about the shares to borrow, that doesn't mean they're not there. Or that they won't be borrowed. I hope you danced a little after you got that hair off the floor and flushed it. What? What are you saying, Harley? Can we high five on the 195Cs? I got mine for 917. Think yours are a little further out. Yeah. Mine are on 924, but they're fun. They're a good time. Spy absolutely ripped in pre-market up on like no volume. Christ. Yeah. Spy doing a gap up. Jesus Christ, the market's such a fucking mess. Ooh, more Genworth Financial. That's cool. Oh. Barista, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club if you're not already. I feel like you're in there already, but if you're not, let me know and I'll get you set up. Thanks for the support, man. Need to advise mods to keep an eye on chat today. Had some sus comments happening this morning specific to financial advice prior to your arrival. Okay. Good to know. I'll pay attention. Anybody over on the Discord, let me know if you guys see anything like that popping up, or anybody offering financial advice, or anything, out of the ordinary. Just DM me. Two different websites show the max pain drop from 197.50 yesterday to 192.50. Well, I'm aware. I released some of it, Kyle. Prick. My PW membership rolls over on the 20th. The richer I get, the less money I want to spend. When will we know if the ramp has been 0 DTE? I mean, probably sometime around 10 or so, we'll start to see if they're buying shitloads of 0 DTE calls. Put their pickle. Sorry, I noticed Moonwind wasn't a Pigeon Whale member. Would like to donate to the new Moonwind Pigeon Whale Foundation. Hopefully, with his membership, he can share his covered call strategies. Thank you, Double Down. I appreciate that, dude. I'll let him know that we're funding his pigeon whale endeavors. You think that GME and AMC are going to release an NFT dividend together? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that happening? Are people talking about that? Could you be short hedge funds rolling their futures after shorting pre-market? I don't think so. Not enough volume. They might have started. What are your thoughts about updated shares outstanding and float? I saw that screenshot, but I've seen no corroborating evidence of that. The free float 62.74 million. I want money for food, not a membership. I DM'd you, but still ain't replied. I left my options, my position, my disclaimer at the bottom. I sent super chats this morning. You must not have got them. There's probably a server problem with the YouTube office or something. Sometimes I yield a stoppy into shib. Thank you, Stan. It's appreciated. I like your rap skills. Aparo shares back up to 100K. Yeah, okay. I'd like to sponsor a pigeon whale. Did you decide to buy 0 DTE? I mean, I can't buy any options yet. The market's not open. I bought some 1 DTEs yesterday for fun. Will I buy more today? I don't know. Your mom is an NFT. Thanks. What god do you pray to before market every day? Have you caught any pigeons lately, Sage? Oh, pigeon whales. Be on the lookout for Sage. Apparently, he runs around parks at night and abducts pigeons. Don't be a missing pigeon. I got level 2 approved on fidelity by lying. That's the standard way of getting it. But don't have any settled funds, so MOASS needs to wait. I see. Yeah, so if you're unable to get options on fidelity and you call them, they will tell you to lie. It's funny. They'll just be like, "Oh yeah, lie on that form," and I'm like, "All right, well." It's not like a legally binding document. It's mostly just a risk disclosure. What's the difference between Long Johnson and Dillionaire? Dillionaire has access to the private Discord. Long Johnson lets you into the members only streams, which happen tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Thanks for reminding me, Sir Rob, because I never set the stream up. Should probably do that now so people can head over there and get set reminders. What's tomorrow? The 11th? Yeah. Different option strategies you're allowed to do. Some are far riskier than others. Optimus. So essentially, the higher level, the more risk you can take. All right. Yeah, and so any Long Johnsons or Dillionaires or Pigeon Whales, if you guys want to head over to the community tab, you can set a reminder for tomorrow's stream over there. If you guys can't find the stream, it's in the community tab. I also usually post it to Discord like shortly before I go live. All right. Are we ripping today? I hope so. If you were walking around and someone walked up to you and said, "Yo, Garrett, can I have an autograph?" Would you do it or think they are nuts? I guess I'd give them an autograph. I mean, I'd think they were nuts, but I'd also give them an autograph. Like, don't get me wrong, I will not take any situation that will stroke my ego lightly. What the fuck is Loopy Anthony? Grandma ramp still good for today? Yes. The gamma ramp extends all the way out until next Friday, at least. My alphabet spelled Cohen MOASS today. Nice. I think that's confirmation bias, but I like it. Could have the signature of a future billionaire handy. I'm sure me signing something gherkin it's going to be really valuable. Loop Capital Anthony. Oh, that fucking guy. Who cares? Why is everyone hung up on that? It's just like another analyst idiot. Have you practiced signing gherkin it? I have, of course. Dude. When I'm setting up my dream wedding, that's like I spend at least 45 minutes signing gherkin it, pickle guy, pie-fi, you know. Oh shit, happy birthday, Hales. Is the gander clamp tightened? What the fuck are you talking about, J Fresh? What level of membership to get a gherkin side VWAP hat? Supreme Pontiff of VWAP. Why not sign with your real name, Tan McGurk? Because that's not my real name. Thought we were going to MOASS on my 59th. Sorry, Steve. What if... Who the fuck is Lou? Why would I sign some guy named Lou's Gut? Saw some dude with a full vendetta against you. The man was obsessed. To be fair, he has lots of negative responses. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Was it Mosquito? That guy's a fucking weirdo. I think he watches the stream every day too. He just hates me. That's fine. Whatever. Fuck him. Have you sent a pickle to Rick of Spades as a sacrificial tribute for MOASS? I haven't. I still haven't figured out who Rick of Spades is. This is to date my most elusive research. Lou versus Wall Street? That sounds dumb. I don't know what that is. Sound a bit bunged up. Oh no. I don't know if I'm okay today or not. I think I have, like, my allergies are bothering me. The contract with Stefan is between you two and not Stefan and YouTube. If you get the chance today, we would like you to employ Stefan due to the holiday. Every extra hour adds up. As always, praise be to Lady VWAP. I'll take that into consideration, Pickle Union President. Ding ding. The market is open. Wait, where's my musics? Aha. specifically what you decide my VWAP at, Pickle Man. All right. Too bad Uncle Bruce is moving and not streaming today. Oh, that's too bad for you. So you have to hang out in here, Kyle Cooper, and be annoying. Red Ranger, if it's any consolation, I hated you at first, but couldn't stop watching for the information. The rants won me over. Well, that's good to know. And they say you get more flies of sugar, or whatever that expression is. Lies. Red unopened. We're back, baby. Uncle Bruce is a shill. I mean, I don't know if he's a shill, but he's I don't think he's very interested in all of this, honestly. Like, Uncle Bruce can't be a shill because he spends too much time shilling himself. It's kind of like Mo Money. Like, they wouldn't have time to take on offers for shilling for other people. My wife thinks I'm crazy. Having said bless you to the monitor is a mindless reaction. Yeah, honey then vinegar. Sanjit, good morning. Sanjit Patel. We're here, 50 of us colleagues early coming to support. Happy to have him to enjoy. We'll come back later too. Good wishes to all. Best regards, Sanjit from New Delhi. I need to create like something for this. Thank you, Sanjit. A pleasure to have you as well, sir. For being a Tan, I want to be a Sanjit for MOASS. Sanjit's hype is fucked today, too. Bruce seems like a guy that lost his trading privileges due to some bullshit he got prosecuted for. Yeah, he also seems like a guy who spent a long time in the Caymans hiding people's money. Probably not a bad guy to know. Don't get me wrong, like Bruce, from what of Bruce I listened to way back when, he knows his shit. It's a bit dated, but he knows it. But he's also very like, he has that institutional investor mindset, and that's tough to break. You look very transparent today. Thank you. Need a new Sanjit membership FOMO rap. Thanks, who's coughing now? I'll take that into consideration. If you guys could drop a like, it helps the channel a lot, especially early in the day. No pressure, but it's a nice thing to do. Speak the price more often. It always comes up on Discord because I never say it, Grizzled. It's 197.52. Prometheus? Who the fuck knows? If you give more thought to a $2 pleb membership level, I haven't. I guess I could. It just seems silly at that point. Like the fees from Google at that point just outweigh the membership level. So you guys are just paying Google for what? Bruce did get in trouble. You can look up the court case. Oh, okay. Do you disguise your real voice? No. I can't even get my microphone volume to work properly. You think I'm over here adjusting the tonal qualities of my voice? No. Today's T plus 69, right? I mean, any day can be T plus 69, Andrew, if you believe. Hideous Claw, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up over on the Discord. I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. We can party in there. It'll be fun. Hey, thanks for the support.
Welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Sanjeev for head of public Pi-Fi public relations. Yeah, that would actually probably be a good thing. Bruce is a snake oil salesman. I mean, aren't all of those guys though? Who's the worst one? Warrior, what is it? Warrior Trading or whatever? I can't remember his name. But like back when I was like learning how to day trade, he was like one of the few YouTubers that had like any information up. And because he's been around forever. And that guy just like front runs his audience on like pre-market volatility. It's hysterical. While selling them like $1,000 program to learn how to get rich quick. Do you know if BlackRock has reduced its position at all? And if so, what does that mean for MOASS? I mean, it looks like they reduced their position a little bit. Probably due to the ETF rebalances. BlackRock's like whole interest in GameStop is basically ECFs. What would you do if Andrew My Money subscribed to you, became a billionaire, and heard the song? I think that happened. Bruce literally just calls out the ticker and eats on stream. Cosmic Lightning Warrior. Jesus. Learned so much within the last couple of months. Big love from the London, UK. Thanks, Jack Gillespie. I appreciate that, man. What's up with these banks needing $1 trillion by October? They failed the liquidity test from the Fed a while back. So the Fed said they needed more money. Could you sell us 420 program to get rich after T plus 69 days? Volume a little low. Yeah, volume's pretty low right now. Was what real? Sponger. Yeah, I mean, BlackRock still has shares. They just have less. And I'd imagine if they filed another one recently, that was because of that MCIC ETF shift. As I know, BlackRock tracks that index, so I'm sure there was like an iShares ETF that sold off their GameStop stake in that. Whereabouts in Sussex did you live? I'm from there. I don't remember. I was like a little kid. There were horse farms, or there was like a horse thing next to me, and there was like a big field. And if you walked across the field and down to this road, there was a pub. And I remember the pub because they had steak and kidney pie, and it was delicious. All right, Cal Cooper. What do you do to address cognitive bias or selective perception of current market situation? Would anything make you question your current thinking? Great TD, by the way, but interested to know. I mean, the data supports the current thesis on GameStop, and in my mind, it's hard to tell if there's bias when you're so far into it. But I mean, I've also, read the bear case. It's not very strong, and I don't think there's a lot of evidence to support it. I think there's more evidence to support the current bull case, at least. Andy, I do try to look at it objectively. It's not always easy given how much money I have in GameStop, but the horse thing, yeah, I don't know. It was like there was like a track, like they had like a field, and then there was like a pasture. And I know because I would like run over there and fuck with the horses when I was a little kid. You've narrowed it down to the whole of Sussex. Awesome, Ryan. The houses were like obscenely large. I remember that too. I saw the post on our Theta gang that bought an Iron Condor yesterday. Thoughts and prayers. I mean, someone made a lot of money off IV Crash, right? How much money do you have in GME? A lot. More than I should. But whatever, fuck it. 2 years salary about. Would you rather work a normal job for your trader gains or keep trading for an average salary for the average salary in New York? I don't want to work for anybody. I hate working for people. I don't know. That's hard to say. I'm not sure if Citadel's how focused Citadel is on GameStop. We don't even know if they have the largest short position on it, right? I would say they're actively participating in GameStop on a daily basis, though. I'm sure they have a team. Andy L, legend. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Do you own a gun? And if so, what is it? Uh, what's your salary? I mean, the amount of money I pay myself. Don't sleep on Jane Street. What is a double bottom? I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. I don't know if we're gonna bounce on this unless volume comes in, but I do like how tight the floor is. We didn't really, we barely dropped $5 at open. With thinking Ashi candles, you can't see gaps. I guess for trading day, that doesn't necessarily affect you. Yeah, it doesn't. You can look for them on long-term timescales, but I also think gap theory is bullshit. So
The billionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
you can absolutely get guns in New York. There's fucking gun shops all over the place. You can also get concealed carry. New York, very socially conservative, but or socially liberal, but everything else hyper conservative, fiscally, especially guns. Once you work for yourself for a year, at least for me, I've become unemployable. I cannot work for anyone else. Too ornery. Yeah, I really can't. I mean, I've never been very good at working for other people. I don't take direction well. You continue to trade after MOASS, or your game switch to a different strategy? Probably a different strategy. My investment style would absolutely change. I would not actively manage my portfolio nearly as much. Salmonella, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream's over. I think it was pumped up to steal GME's FOMO. Possibly. Although I think it's already successfully stolen most of the FOMO from GameStop. It's hard and expensive to own a gun in New York City. If you don't use one professionally, but you can get one. Especially if you know people. You can get a permit to carry Triva. There's loopholes, just like every other law. Anyway, enough about that. It's irrelevant. Good day, my favorite and least narcissistic streamer I know. How are you today? I'm doing great, Average Joe. How are you? Would you be joining our dividends? No. I don't like dividend stocks. If a company's paying a dividend, there's only two reasons, right? Either they're making so much fucking money they don't really have an excuse not to, right? In which case their dividend usually sucks. Or they're not putting any of their money towards growth. I guess there's a third case. Sometimes they borrow money to pay dividends to get shorts off their stock. All of these situations are not attractive investments to me. Like one represents a company in the late stages of its growth that's kind of capping out. Another represents a company that's not trying to grow. And the last represents a company that has problems. So yeah, not super into dividends. REITs are another story. And those do pay a dividend, but it's not the same. Those are pretty solid, especially if you can get like a higher yield one. ATP says 4.7 million shares to borrow. How's that possible? I've never seen that. Can you DM me a screenshot? HG? I saw it this morning. It was 1 million. And the amount of volume we're describing definitely has not been traded. Maybe Fidelity bought BlackRock shares. Does the Billionaires Country Club have a Turkish bath? No, but they do have Turkish oil wrestling. Can you make good money day trading? Or are all these guys out here just bluffing about the potential? You can, but it's very hard. It's really hard. You've got to be pretty good at it. I don't think the success rate is super high. I think swing trading's not nearly as bad as day trading. But I mean, if you can handle risk management and the stress of the job, then yeah, you can make good money doing it. It's definitely not for everyone, I don't think. But I do think there's investment opportunities that are for everyone. That doesn't necessarily. There's a lot of things you can do that aren't day trading to generate income from the markets. Do you plan to stream after MOASS? Just once, and only if certain conditions are met. Secret way my bank account linked to WeBull so I can YOLO into some zero DTEs. The anticipation is killing me. Good luck with that, man. Let's talk about something else really controversial. I'll pass. Buying back your shares is superior to issuing dividends because of taxes. Hasn't Kramer pumped AMC like several times? What the fuck does it matter? Any happenings in the options chain? Still a bit early, okay. I'll pull it up. Doesn't look like anything's happening today, frankly. A lot of September 17th 200s came in. September 10th 200s, 800 contracts came in. October 15th 230s are up. September 10th 195s are up. And 210s. So that's interesting. So far, $2.8 million, call side heavy. We'll see. This battle for 200 could just go throughout the rest of the day. I think strategically it's in the short hedge fund's best interest at this point to try to just burn another day of options if they can. Like if they can wait until next week to begin covering, they should, like, theoretically. It looks like max pain updated to 192.50. Okay, so like Swaggy Stock's max pain data isn't the most accurate. It's fine. It's a good like baseline to follow, but it's not like live. It only updates once. So we already see the buyback at the moment. Are they delaying it today or delaying until next week? No way of knowing surely, but any gut feeling. I don't know. It's hard to say what they're gonna do today. We might run a little, but I'm sure they'll try to suppress any breakouts today if they can. Interesting. So you want to kick back and not watch a ticker all day? REITs will be your thing. Not necessarily just REITs, but some REITs. I mean, ideally, I'd be rich enough that I'd have to diversify. REITs are a great way of like owning and profiting from property without actually owning or managing it. Wild turkey. Advice on finding good REITs? I've invested. I'm invested in O. I have a decent amount of money there. It's solid. It's big. It's been around forever. Um, but do your research. Obviously, some are better than others. Check out their like their portfolio, their holdings. Um, Look at their like year over year consistency. What do you think about ABBV long term value play? Long June 2020 leaps. The only issue I have with like long term shit right now is that you've got a potential market crash, right? Coming up. or at least a steep correction. And a lot of these plays. It doesn't look good right now. I guess if it's a long-term play and you're looking to get in on it soon, I would watch this and see if you start to see a turnaround back to this lower trend. If it starts coming back up to that lower trend, that might be like a good time to enter, right? For like a long-term investment. So fucking moving averages. Those are not the ones I want. Oh no, they are. Maybe if there's like a correction or something, this could go a lot lower. Maybe even down to like 100. They have some like bad news or something. Yeah, it might be a good dip, but if there's a market correction, you'll see a better one. So are we seeing the buyback at the moment? Are they delaying it? No. Oh wow, I'm way behind on chat, huh? You're gonna roll out your 917s? Possibly. I'll probably give it to about midday today, Jason. Doesn't that leave them with a crazy option trade next week, though? Yeah. I mean, the option trade's already crazy. It's not. It doesn't go by week basis, right? The gamma ramp is across all expiration dates, and if they can shave some of that ramp off by letting this week bleed out, that's beneficial to them. I think max pain is pretty skewed from yesterday's price action. Did you get your new calls yet, or waiting until next week? I bought some 195s yesterday for October 1st. If you plan to avoid dividend stocks, post-MOASS, how do you plan to have income? You just sell assets off every once in a while to have money, cash. I mean, yeah, there's other ways to generate income without, you know, the stock market. But yeah, I would just sell things, you know. I'd probably also have more than enough capital outside of the markets, like liquid capital, to live on comfortably. Okay, HG, thank you. Your Reddit post says we might break the upper resistance of 350. Do you mean today? No. Commercial REITs are about to take a Turkish bath. Good time to buy. Ascending wedge? I don't really think so. It's more of a descending than an ascending. Any thoughts on switching to regular candles for drawing trend lines on certain timescales are not necessary? It's usually not necessary. I'll check them occasionally just to make sure there's no information I'm not missing. Or make sure there's no information that I'm missing. But generally speaking, there's like Henkanashi candles generally display trends better or more visibly than standard candlesticks. Any thoughts about the record wholesale inflation data? I mean, there's inflation. What do you make of BlackRock reducing their position? I mean, there was another ETF rebalance, and that could have been why. So, BlackRock's interest in GameStop is ETFs. That's why they own so much. It's pretty simple. Reduced ETF exposure means reduced BlackRock holdings. Does the SPY look like institutional selling right now? Yeah, it doesn't look good. This is a bit of a sell-off. I don't know what positions being sold off, but there's a bit of a sell-off going on. A little bit of shorting too. You could sell pickle NFTs. I mean, if you have enough capital, you can, sell options. You can play futures really effectively. Like you can do seasonal futures and just use that as income. There's a lot of other shit. Where you don't have to like actively manage it all the time. Just tell me it's an irrational fear. Is this like the FDIC insurance thing? Just split your money up into more. Like if most banks will have other insurance services for clients with high dollar value accounts. Mustard homie. But you can also just have multiple banks if you're worried about insuring your money. You can insure your money privately if you want. Some of the posts you see about BlackRock's holdings seem to not understand that BlackRock, by nature of their business, I mean, most of the posts you see about GameStop infer that everything that happens in the market is because of GameStop. So until you get rid of that mentality, it's really hard to get rid of the other ones. Macro sounds like such a tool. Jesus. Uh oh, Leiju. If I could go into ETF shorting and what a pile of bullshit it is, I would, but it's too long of a discussion. I'd go full tinfoil and buy heaps of gold bars. That's on private banks. Some are good, some aren't. You have to kind of do your research on them. Thoughts on Shiba Coin? I'm none. I don't know. I still don't know anything about it. It's not like I went and did research on it. Thoughts on uranium stocks? There's a pretty compelling case for uranium right now, and I've heard it from like not just I think like Wall Street Bets is super on it right now, but it started the talk about it started a while back, like 6 months ago. Other places. That's a really long play though. Like I know Wall Street Bets is probably trying to like squeeze it in the short term, but yeah, the uranium supply is depleting, and without like um more mines being open, the price of uranium is going to spike really hard, as most plants need to buy like several 100,000 pounds of it a year. Um, and so, yeah, there'll probably be a lot of money to be made there, but long term, like super long term. I've read several theses on it, and some from investors that I respect far more than anybody on Wall Street Bets, and it's definitely not a short term squeeze play. Like it's going to gain value, but incrementally over time. Although that won't stop Wall Street Bets from trying to pump it, dump it on the options chain. Zero GT in the money spy calls. Hmm. Maybe. Is it turning around? Mm. It might still have a little bit of range to the downside. But if you can pick up like 449s under $449, that's probably not the worst play. That's what I'd be looking at. I still think it might get rejected though. So I would wait till there was like a confirmed cross up of at least like the 20 EMA right here. But it looks like it could bounce. I'm surprised GameStop's been affected so little by that today. Yeah, CCJ is a big one. There's also some trust that you can buy into. Some weird fucking tax documents that go along with buying into uranium. You need like an accountant to fill that shit out. It's a nightmare. Uranium is awesome. So Wall Street Bets DGen had actually done a full-length DD on silver too, but then MSM tried to pump and dump it. Not sure if I've read that 2 Federal Reserve presidents are selling all of their stock for ethical concerns. I mean, sounds like they're trying to get the fuck out of the market. So buy uranium futures if you can get them cheap, yeah. There's a uranium ETF that's buying tons of physical uranium. Parabolic SAR. I don't use it very often. Or at all, actually. I used it a long time ago back testing. I didn't like it. Nick. I wonder if I have that on here. Show it to people. It doesn't. Nope. Negative beta? Uranus is awesome. Thanks, Cornub. Thorium salt. I wonder how many Wall Street Bets DGens are going to end up with uranium like they did with gourds and oil. The ETF is SPUT. It's going up a lot today. I reckon I'll get in post-MOASS once Wall Street Bets has stopped pumping. Yeah, it seems like the long-term play is the better play there. At least in my mind. But like you're looking at like 5 years out for like it to really peak. I don't know if the short on South Africa did that badly. It was crazy, but I think he made a lot of money. Morning, D. What? Read some papers that suggest fuel cells are probably going to replace batteries in the near to midterm future due to energy density limits. Buy Toyota stock. That guy's a legend. What's the difference between normal candles and Higurashi candles? You can look them up on TradingView and it's just the way they display data is slightly different. Higurashi candles have like a smoothing effect, essentially. Which is really beneficial on anything trading with lower than average volume. I think they predict trend movement better, or as well as a candlestick can. Now we can extend the wedge. I don't hate Carl. Thoughts on 10 a.m. slams? We don't have, I don't know if we have enough red today to drink away, Carl. Today's going to be very like hit or miss. Q. I don't hate Carl at all. Fuel cells equal utter garbage, says the guy who probably owns Tesla. Is this whale teeth? Because I drank it already? Nice. Oh no. Carl's at it again. Hold on. I need to see this. Jesus fucking Christ, you guys are degenerate as fuck. Oh, that's not a rosé, is it, Carl? Is that a red? I like the backdrop. That sounds chugging a red sounds rough. Red Moscato. I do not like wine very much. I don't know how you guys do it. You're either pulling a warden or ensuring yourself as the goat with that call spread. If only you knew how deep this call spread went, Sahib. But I mean, the whole spread, like even just this position was initially only like $4,000 or something. It wasn't that expensive because I bought all those 157s before we ran up on 824, and then I just rolled them up and out. So like I'm still net profitable on the whole thing. It's it's just the up and out part that hasn't really profited very hard. It's not real wine. It definitely is. I fucking hate wine, but it's the only booze I can slam. That's fair. Manischewitz Slam Jam. Can we have your graces for his rocket? Wait, what? We're accepting the offer to shoot Dan DeLion out of the Dan cannon. Can we have your graces for his rocket ship to the moon? Praise be to the Lady VWAP. Permission granted. Pickle using President. Fire away. Yeah. If you swirl it in the bottle before you start chugging, it'll create like a little vortex. And, and it can make it easier. It's hard to chug wine because the vacuum that gets created. Should James Carl's name's Doom Slammer. Let me know when to sell CCs. The Dans create a vacuum against ground objects too. Ooh, we're breaking 200. This is exciting. But the gamma ramp starts at 205. It starts at 200. But it's not going to kick off until we get some pretty significant price action. I know it's not your favorite stock, but what do you think about AMC's gamma ramp for this week? I'm looking to find a good sell point today so I can stop bouncing my Pi-Fi membership. Jesus. Why do they do this to me? Hold on. I'll look at it. Mm. 55 looks like it might be kind of hard to breach. If it does breach 55, getting to 60 is going to be difficult. So I'd keep an eye on those resistance points. And right now I'd watch for that cross at 52. Oh, we're moving. Volume's picking up a little bit. Carl's liver is more of a pickle than you'll ever be. I don't think you can pickle things in alcohol. Around what time would Theta chop 0 DTs today? I mean, it's constantly. Theta's a constant decay. And that decay accelerates the closer you get to expiration. No, greedy. I mean, yes and no. You can pickle livers in alcohol. So I'm dying on the inside. I stepped away from my desk for a minute and found my boss in my room just staring at your stream. Is this call spread one of your riskiest plays? Absolutely not. It's not that risky. I hedged it yesterday, Sahib. So most of the losses are already covered with the puts that I bought post earnings or before earnings. No, I haven't multi-blues. I'm texting Gary Gensler. He said it's the 69th. His Tesla calls were. That wasn't last week. That was a couple weeks ago. But yeah, those were super fucking stupid. DM it to me, multi blues. I want to see. So the longer we trade around the 200 mark, the more significant this price is a resistance support. Yeah. The more volume traded at it, the more significant it is. Spy falling off a cliff. Ooh. Yes, it is. Oh, it's approaching. The QQQ. Hmm. Oh yeah, I saw that multi-bliss. Have you read the Glass Castle, DD? Like part of it, and then I fell asleep. No, no crew. Visceral Records Live. Independent investors with a common thesis. All acting as individuals. Secure onesie. Now that's some merch I could get behind. A man-sized onesie that says security. Because financial data is frequently wrong all over the place, Iron Archer. Yeah, I agree. Pop 21888. If I was a hedge fund, I would try to hold it flat today and cover early next week. Male rompers win. The four Norsemen of the apocalypse. I'm talking about the Slam crew. All right. No, it's called a romper, Crisco. There's no H. Typically the downturn right now is also happening at AMC. I'm just curious. I'm not even invested. I just want to know why. Well, I believe it's because the market's tanking. That's why. No, it's probably bullshit, Phoenix Fire. And it's definitely not true. 6.5 million or billion? That doesn't even seem like a correct number. Kirk body pillows. Still will not be banned, Dan. I think it's worth mentioning again for any noobs that PiFi told us that he paper traded for years. Then, when with money, he sold after realizing 10% gains and never looked back. What is that fucking sentence, Dildan? Could you've created? I don't know if I want to. I didn't do this. This is not on me. I saw Carl's slab video. It was dope. Bro, it's just bad. These people, they're 12 years old. He's trying to give him a break. I saw that DD on the Dans on our Dillionaires. That was fucking amazing. 5-minute spy showing head and shoulders. Can you show us your spy correction zones? Yeah. It's the break line is at 445.50. So it's got a ways to go. I'm sorry, that was not an example of our brightest dad. Walking and texting, for sure, man. Seems like there's a lot more shares available to borrow lately. Any idea why? Generally, they're like the first thing to get returned before they start covering. Why is Spy so much popular than Vu? I don't know. Vu technically has better returns. Probably volume, Moonwind. Like volume and like options liquidity. They're based on previous support resistance, which is more accurate in a correction than the 1/3 correction thing. Yeah, I didn't chase. I mean, most trades, right? If there's confirmable trends, I would continue to follow them, right? Still curious still. But yeah, most trades I was just out at 10% gains. But there's still trades where like the trend is just obvious, and like if it's ripping, you just not you don't chase it, but if you're already in it, you stay in it. Those are some of your most important trades as a day trader because they are the ones that make you the most money. Is it called spy because it's mysterious? The not Warden DD? No. Oh wait, maybe. I don't know. If you were to buy 220Cs for 917, would you wait till Monday for Theta or get them today on a dip? Um, Today if there was a relevant dip. Because pre-market Monday is like that's like the most volatile possible day. So if they're going to start covering Monday, they could run it in the morning, and that could lock you out of 220s for next week. So if there was like a significant dip today, otherwise, yeah, I'd wait. What platform would you day trade on? It depends what I was trading, but like IBKR, ATP, and WeBull are the primary like brokerages I use for trading. Sometimes Schwab. But I'm actually gonna. I think I'm gonna close my Schwab account. I already transferred all my money out of it, so. Are there any advantages them running it today? I mean, if they need the volume over the next like 5 days, then they might need to run it today to get enough shares to cover whatever they need to cover. But I would say that IBKR is the most popular one for day trading because of slippage. They have the best order execution out of all the brokerages. How can you stand ATP? It feels so. I hate it. I hate all of them. Like from a software standpoint, they're the fucking worst. More brokerage accounts. No, but I do have a lot of brokerage accounts. Ugh. Why is Steve wearing the green crayon hat? I don't know. This is the MOASS right now. Looks like I think we're gonna break out again. Wedge breakout back to wedge. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what's happening here. How's TradeStation? I know people that use it. They like it a lot. I've never used it, so I don't know. Solid. I mean, order execution still not as good as IBKR, but and I don't think it's as good as ATP either. So the order when you're day trading, the order execution can be really important if you're trading like small or micro caps because you're buying a shitload of shares, like 10,000 shares at a time, right? And being able to unload those quickly is relevant. And with, you know, as little slippage as possible. Has anyone really been far, even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? Thank you. Do you think Mark Cuban owns a lot of GMA? No, I don't think he owns any. When you put a brood of pigeon whales on the screen, the stock goes up $20. Theoretically. $12.10 we run. We'll see. If you already have 200 220 C917s, should you hold over the weekend or try to roll to 924s? Or just buy 924s? I mean, that's up to you. Nine 24s are just a safer date. Because, I mean, potentially they could wait until they could wait all the way until 917 to cover. So if you're concerned about like theta decay, then the 924s are safer. But 200s are pretty close to the money. I mean, something to consider. Okay, those are just going to expire. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Slow ass. The biggest star in the universe is called Stephenson. Unknown. I don't know. Slow. Slow day, probably. Thoughts on Ader? I don't like it. I've looked into it a bit. It's pump and dumpy. Notson. Do they have how do options look? Has this week's scammer ramp gotten stacked or more rollovers? I mean, they're buying 0 DTEs right now. But I don't know if they're buying a significant enough number of them. Like $1 million. More for next week, though. They're buying far more contracts for next week than this week, which indicates that they're probably rolling. Still have your AMC shares? Yeah, I have 30 of them. I just can't sell them. They have other more profitable ways of making money out of GME, like options plays, than let the MOASS rip. I mean, they do, but the issue with that is by profiting on those plays, it can also just start MOASS. $10 million volume would be pretty awesome, Mohammed. Yes, there's a gamma ramp. What's that platform you're using? It's WeBull. I don't recommend holding your GameStop there, but it's solid for options, and I like the charting. There's a link in the description for it, unknown. I like that you don't overhype or overpromise like a certain Elliott Waves individual. Yeah. The short hedge funds be incentivized early next week to stop the longs from buying cheaper options later in the week. Yes, Nano. So yeah, if they're gonna push the stock, odds are they'll do it before Wednesday. Like theoretically, that's the best time. If they can bleed today dry, then they'll look to also not to mention the insane number of $200 puts they've been buying yesterday and today. Means that there's going to be a lot of action on T+2, which is next Tuesday already. So that might be just the day they cover anyway, or they'll start on Monday. We're still trying to figure out if Pi-Fi feels anything other than joy from making money. That's my primary motivator. It's the thing that makes me happiest. That and Frag. Frag makes me pretty happy. I don't know anything about him, but I like his little avatar and the things he says. Just an empty feeling all the time. No, Frag. Frag is friend. Sanji is the man. Craig is just. Craig needs discipline and structure in these trying times. You see us bouncing here at 195. Or do you think we'll bleed lower in the day? We could go lower. There's plenty of range to the downside. What is best in life? I don't know what that means. Whale cheese. What happens after I die? I don't know. I'll be dead. I don't give a shit. Hard to care about things when you're dead. God, this hair is just getting out of control. Hearing Pi-Fi whisper compounding losses is best in life. Compounding losses. My honest opinion, people that don't know how good making money feels have never been poor. It loses its allure. Like once you do this shit for long enough, you realize that you're just like turning money into more money in this completely fraudulent system. And it's very unfair. You guys make money occasionally. Sounds like something someone with too much money would say. Is selling shares to buy options a terrible idea? Yes. Are you still expecting some shorts to cover this year? Yes. Compounding gains. Yes to both of your questions. Selling shares to buy options is super fucking dumb. And I do expect shorts to cover more this year. So let me sell this like low risk investment for this high risk investment vehicle. Go read like 3 pages of the top posts of Wall Street Bets and you'll reconsider that statement. You can see how great options are. Hard to say, Nick. Depends how media spins it. Probably negative. While Girk's making my wife's Lexus payment. Test 205, 210 today. Looks like we're testing 195 first. Unknown. Selling AMC shares to buy GME options is okay though? Sure. Do whatever the fuck you want, man. You recommend a cheaper option you'd buy for next week? Well, no, because I can't give you direct financial advice. I don't know anything about your financial situation. If you have to ask a question like that, you probably shouldn't be buying options. Thoughts on LPSD? Been going straight up for months. Sounds like it's about time for it to go down then. I always knew our system was corrupt, but if I knew how corrupt, I would have started investing years ago. Exactly. What if I told you Ko-Fi was pronounced coffee, not Ko-Fi, as in buy me a coffee? Oh, I understand how it's pronounced, but they're the ones who decided to hyphenate it. If you're gonna name your startup company stupid shit, people are gonna mispronounce it. They could have just called it coffee. Have you tried trading crypto on WeBull? I'm looking for a brokerage that can trade both stocks and cryptos, not hood for obvious reasons. I have a while back. They have more crypto now on Webull, but I used it for Bitcoin like a while ago. It was fine. Exactly. You looked so indifferent making $32,000 yesterday. I mean, that was just like a hedge against $32,000 in losses, right? It was break even. How would you pronounce my Q? I don't know. That's how I pronounce it, I guess. Is Pipe pronounced Piffy? If you want to call it that, please do. Is Pi-Fi a subliminal way of shilling Ko-Fi? I don't think so. How do you think? I don't like crypto. Um, I used to own a bunch of it, and then I pulled all my money out. And I now no longer. Well, that's not true. I own like an obscene amount of Dogecoin, but that's because I bought it when I was drunk one time. Yeah, I've played League of Legends. When did you buy Doge? Years ago. I think I bought it like 0.002 cents or something. Will you reinvest in crypto when the market crashes? I might keep like 5% of my holdings in crypto, but probably no more than that. This is our like most consistent volume for the day. I'm gonna update Reddit. Interesting. It's called shorting. Holding 917s or rolling. I'm holding them. You told Moonwind to sell a CC so he can go up again. This is a good one. This is one of the best short attacks I've seen in a while. What do you mean by rolling an option? You literally sell it and move its expiration date forward. So you buy one at you sell it and you buy one at a later expiration. Was this stop loss hunting? If it is, it's working. Anything indicating that this isn't just shorting or business as usual? This is business as usual. Is everyone gonna start panicking and being weird? Stop it. It's a fucking $10 tip. We do have SSRs today. This could be selling. Although it looks like shorting. No block's big enough to just be sales. So, 11. Interesting. Looks like we're bouncing on this arbitrary resistance I have drawn here. Do you like to day trade options? It depends on the stock, like how much the stock costs. Usually, like I'll trade options if the underlying, like Tesla. Like I would never probably trade shares on Tesla because the stock is so expensive that you need leverage. Yeah, SSR doesn't apply to ETFs. It also doesn't apply to market makers. Any short exempt sale, it doesn't apply to. I thought you said this wasn't anything else but shorting. Which is it, bro? I mean, it's shorting, but there's some sales. It looked like there were some sales. Lots of OTC orders piling in over that like 7-minute period. I don't even look at the price. I just stare at you, baby. Thanks, aka applesauce. So if it was a short, if it was like shorting to pick up stop losses, the way that works is you see volume increase. So you'll see like a volume spike, right? And then it'll like come back up, right? If it's hitting stop losses like that. This just looks like a big ass block sale. Like volume's pretty consistent across the top. Or they just shorted, like had a ton of shares, but I don't know where they would have gotten them from to short. Who's selling? Who knows? Lots of people own GameStop that aren't apes. Sherman? I don't know. What if there's a blackout during MOASS? Well, then that's what cell phones are for, I guess. Make sure your phone's charged. Epic Pen is sucky. Oh, fucking Epic Pen's not working again? God damn it. Piece of shit. All right, so if it's stop loss hunting, you'll see a big short spike, right? And then volume will like pick up as people panic and stop losses get hit. That requires like a lot of volume and B a lot of stop losses, because the volume across this is like super consistent. It just looks like a big block sell, and most of it came from like OTC, so like dark pools. So I'd imagine it's a block, like an institutional block sell of some sort. It wasn't a lot of shares. It was like maybe 500K. Not even. Like 200,000. Heard you need some electricity money to avoid blackouts. Thanks, peaceful upside potential. TD Ameritrade said they would accept carrier pigeons and smoke signals for my sales orders in case of a blackout. Awesome. Putting money aside for expected sales by insiders. I mean, they maintain an option to issue shares. Violet upside. They still have to like announce a sale though. No, I think it's more than what DFE had. Also, DFE definitely wouldn't sell at 200. Any options activity related to the dip? I won't know for 15 minutes. So 11:30. What's your guess? End of day price? 200. Maybe if we're lucky. Did it have? I thought they had 4.6 million in their latest 13G. Right? Was that wrong? 4.6 or 4.3, something like that. Those have already been sold. They're not being sold today, right? If you had to pick a price that more than 50% of retail would sell below, what would it be? Like 10K? Mm, maybe. Might be a little higher. It would depend on price action, like how fast we move up. Yeah, it means they already sold it. Like whatever. If they filed a 13G that showed half, I mean, it wasn't half, right? It was the 13F already showed uh the sale from the Russell 1000 and S&P 400 rebalances. So the 13G was probably just an update because the MCSI index rebalance. I mean, the gamma ramp is really solid for next Friday. Like almost all of the open interest is on 917. Do you get donors info or email if they donate to you via Ko-fi? I don't think so. I think if there's like a dispute or something, then I think that goes through like pay. It's just PayPal. It'll go through like PayPal. $390,000 shares sold in the block sale. I mean, is that just the total volume for those candles, Garrison? 4.7 million. Okay, so that's, I mean, they had 9.6, but their 13F, they were down to like 7 million, so it's not that big of a change. It's probably one of the reasons we dipped so low on this cycle. I mean, usually they will do an offering first and then announce it. No, they would usually announce it and then do the offering. But they said that they had no intention of offering more shares, and they were using the 1.1 billion they already had in capital. Or 1.7 billion they already have. If it's a block sale, why does it spread? What do you mean, Trent? Why isn't it just all on one candle? That's just it, like reporting from the dark pool. That's correct. Apple goes bye bye, lost a court case. Awesome. I don't want to think about how much I've lost on options. Who the fuck bought calls on the SPY? Like here? It could still go up. Actually, it looks like it's turning around, so. Double bottom. Maybe. See if it comes up. Do you think 10K is a price goal for MOASS? No. That's low as hell. Do I think people will sell low in paper hand? Absolutely. It doesn't matter. Don't be one of those people. Apple affects the market at large more than you think. Yeah, because it's the heaviest weighted stock in basically every ETF and index. If you could pay 1 year of your lifespan to travel back 1 year, will you do it? Absolutely. Do you think a brokerage like Robinhood will force liquidate at 10K? Only if you're on margin, Sean. They still can't. If you're, if you're not on a margin account, they can't sell your shares. But yeah, if you're on margin, you could be at risk being in a brokerage like Robinhood. My daughter's interested in Columbia. Since you're from New York, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about it? It's a solid school. It's expensive. The neighborhood's okay. Student housing has a serious fucking bedbug problem. Uh, what are some unknowns? They're not super flexible with their undergraduate programs, so make sure that she has her major locked in, which is hard when you're like a freshman. But excellent professors. Depends on what she's interested in studying. My mom went to Wagner. Huh. If you could have infinite health wealth for holding shares of a company for 2 years, would you do it? Absolutely. Thanks, Oswald Picklepot. You too, man. Finance, financial mathematics, and a minor in bio, Evan. Apple continuing hard down. Chase of the put play? You could. Kingsborough greater than Columbia? GME was a short trap now because of apes. Rethinking strategy or just a random event? I think GME was a short trap, and now because of apes, the line catch and everything strategy. Just a random event. A short trap? I mean, possibly. I don't think they're rethinking the strategy, right? It's just easy for them to make money here. Can you help me with my machine learning homework? No. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just a cost basis liquidity kind of thing, Max Gotzel. So yeah, if GME was cheaper, it would have more volume. So think about Apple versus Epic court ruling out now. Maybe that's why Apple is down. Oh, maybe my Epic pen will work now. Get a machine to help you with it. Apple dumping is probably good for GameStop on a margin, like because due to margin. Apple's definitely a primary holding for a lot of big hedge funds. Off goes Spurt. Oof. Spurt tanking hard. Christ, is it like crashing? It's gonna halt. GFU is gonna stop by again. I doubt it. 600k 1 minute candle on Spirit. Yeah, I see that. These are long positions for Citadel. DIA, the SPY, Apple, supposedly Spurt. Spurt halted, yeah. Did I miss the morning short attack? Bogus. Citadel is net short. Citadel, the market maker, doesn't appear to be net short. Citadel, the hedge fund, is net short, but marginally. Even net short hedge funds, right, lose a shitload of money in a market crash. There are hedge funds that are full short, but they're usually much smaller funds. Could be liquidation, meet margin. Citadel might be dumping positions. I don't know. It's hard to say. Just because shit happens in the market doesn't mean it has anything to do with fucking GameStop. There's the Fidelity updated available shorts on Supersonic Post. Apparently it's 4.3 million available now. Nope. But that could also mean that Fidelity bought BlackRock's position. Right. But someone just DM'd me the ATP shorts available to borrow, and it was just like 1 million. You know, Photoshop is a program that a lot of people have. Unknown. They don't do it because there's no reason for them to. There's no reason for them to risk their money or deal with the PR. They've already got billions of dollars. DM'd you my starfish, but you never got back to me. Does options trading halt when the stock halts? Usually. But if Spurt's dipping that hard, is there any news? I don't see any news on it. It could just be like a flash crash before they try to cover. I don't see any. I don't see any bad news. Merger's confirmed, yeah, and then Greenidge just got like approved for their power plant. So I don't see any negatives there. They're probably just trying to drag it down. I wouldn't be so concerned with it. Trying to force a sell off. See, it looks like it's gonna bounce, maybe. Volatility is definitely picking up. Yeah, it's bouncing. Interesting. Ooh, spur might rip. Bitcoin tanking. There's some weird shit going on today. VIX is going up probably soon. It could have been like a bull trap. JC. It's easy to diamond hand when you've been up the whole time. Bob Lewis. They tanking GME before covering? Possibly. We'll see if activity picks up here as well. Spurt merger was approved. When's the merger date? It's sometime in like December. Prep for crash, maybe? I mean, I'm as prepared as I'm gonna be. Yeah, Spurt's getting delisted, and then it comes back as GREE, I believe. How bad will it impact hedge funds if we go green again? What do you mean? Smooth. I think Jimmy Chart is about to spell MOASS. So I keep corn under the mattress. No inflation or market crash can impact good old physical corn. Nice. All in on corn futures. Any thoughts on Frasier? Like the TV show? Global warming will give Canada the Corn Belt title in a few years. Fidelity at 4.5 million shares to borrow. I heard that there's like a screenshot, but I haven't seen any actual evidence. You find borrowed share. If you want to see the exact count, I'm pretty sure you have to have a margin count on Fidelity. You have to like put in a short order, and then it'll tell you how many shares are available. Cost base is 178. Selling deep out of the money cash covered puts a viable strategy for lowering my cost basis. Will it hurt my ass? No, cash secured puts are a bullish bet. So, I don't know if you need to sell them deep out of the money, but I sold cash secured puts on GameStop for a pretty long time. I mean, it's just as long as you're okay with buying 100 shares at that price, Tim J, then you know, no risk really. Jimmy's resistances are usually pretty solid, with a few exceptions, but you can always buy the contract back before you get assigned. It doesn't cause any like direct negative hedging or anything like that, as it's a secured options interest. So then there's no market maker hedging your put. I'm looking at the directed trade window right now. It just went up to 4.69. Can you screenshot it and send it to me? Oh, thank you, Ferg. Looks like there's 200,000 available short shares right now that I can see. On Fintel's short borrow list. Konami code for MOASS. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. BA, enter. All right, I put it in. Resident ATP nerd. Yeah, you have to have a margin account. Can you DM me a screenshot if that's the case? I don't have margin of fidelity, so I can't check myself. But I'd want to see like at least multiple confirmations from different people that that's the case. And if it is, that means Fidelity bought back into GameStop. But currently I see no evidence of it. Confirmed. Okay, Bob. When the fuck did Fidelity pick up that many shares? Did Fidelity change any terms of service recently? Shortable shares 4.698136. Huh. Fennyville, can you put in a GME sell short and screen grab the hard to borrow and shortable shares availability? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of confirmation of it. Fidelity get those BlackRock shares? It's possible. They still won't lend on non-margin account. I'm just wondering why so many popped up so quickly. Unless Fidelity bought back into GameStop. Share offering, maybe? But wouldn't that have been on their 13F? Why do we keep getting like all this fucking breaking news at like noon every day? Thanks, Willie. Hard to borrow, yeah. Okay, so it's showing. It's still showing hard to borrow, which means I think they're not lending them institutionally. Okay, I got it, guys. That's enough. That's definitely enough independent screenshots. Guess BlackRock not hold. BlackRock was never holding for MOASS. They're owning their ownership in GameStop was entirely in ETFs. They wouldn't have even been able to sell during MOASS. So BlackRock's the shares that BlackRock got rid of were from their ETF rebalancings. Russell 1000, the 2000 to the 1000 was, you know, a net loss of shares. The S&P 400, 500 to 400, they sold shares. As GME is not weighted as heavily in those indexes as it was in the previous ones. I'm discussing what that means right now, JBet. I mean, it looks like either Fidelity's increased their position in GameStop or somebody has made a fuck ton of shares available to borrow. You need images to make memes. That was an excellent screenshot. Please don't send me any pickle shots. Thanks, Dacho. Do you have it set at 5 or 10? What, Archeo? What reason might a big house like Fidelity increase their lending? Perhaps they feel this will drag on another cycle and they're preparing to make premiums on it. It's possible, or they just, you know, increase their position. It's still showing hard to borrow, though, which I think Fidelity supposedly cut off institutional borrowing. I think a little while back. Them and was it Jeffries? Someone else. Supposedly, a large amount of shares popping up on Fidelity is from new Wall Street bets, GME YOLOs. People keep posting. They're likely on margin. Maybe. So this late breaking news at noon every day. Yeah, Jeffries. Yeah, I'm. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like hedge funds can open accounts with Fidelity and probably borrow shares, but I think that's illegal. Yeah, the lower weight of GameStop in ETFs does make it more difficult to short vis-a-vis ETFs. No, they couldn't do it. They wouldn't do a share offering without announcing it first. Illegal hasn't stopped them before. It's true. I saw the filing. It could be a short fund returning borrowed shares, possibly. But I don't feel like we've seen that level of covering occur. Who the meme stock now meme? He has over 1 million in Apple and is freaking out. GameStop per share currently worth more than Apple. And it wasn't 2 weeks ago. So just checked updated. I mean, Fidelity wouldn't have to file a change until the next 13 Fs are due if they just bought in. It's interesting. They're up 3.6 million shares, so they had to come from somewhere. Poor Spurt. I mean, Spurt's merger got approved. Did it halt again? No. They're just trying to slam it. That's all. People over there are paper hands, so they still have 61% short interest to cover. Where to get in on Spurt? I don't know. 20 might be strong. If it falls through 20, I'd wait. See if you can see a turnaround. There's no MOASS on Spurt. It could squeeze, but I mean, it's not gonna like go to the moon or anything. It already went up to $50 once. How low do you think we'll go? Maybe 191 was our lowest. I don't know. I didn't sell any GME today. Mads. The block sale was not my position. Where to get into GME? Anywhere you want. How dare you? Spurt will have an infinity pool. Is that what it's become? That's terrible. God, man. Just any opportunity to sell the same narrative on a different stock. It's ridiculous. Super cheap flights. LAX to New York City, 137 round trip. My lady and I are going. Top 3 places to eat at. La Industry in Brooklyn. Katz's Deli and Per Se are my favorites. I find it funny that Spurt is still a better play than AMC. I mean, yeah, it is. I may have just created that narrative. Do you like any Broadway plays? Les Miserables. It's pretty good. Phantom of the Opera. It's one of my favorite. PER and then SE. Have you heard of ADXS? No, what is it? Is that like an ETF? Hit up 11 Madison Park a few months back before it closed. Oh, nice. I mean, Katz's has good food. There's better delis, but it's easy to find. It's expensive as like their food's really good, but they've just become expensive as fuck, David. So it is kind of a tourist trap, and that it's expensive, but the food's still really good. I have reason to believe if Ken Griffin hears the phrase "moo moo yank," he'll be forced to close his short position. Did you just say the industry? Yeah, PJ. Also saw Wicked with Idina. That was my favorite. I sold my last AMC for Spurt. I've never seen Wicked. I knew you had good taste. ADXS ran on the flash crash I was running right now. It's a shorted cancer stock. Interesting. Mads, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, dude. I appreciate that. You're gonna try to flash crash GameStop again? Interesting. Maybe. It's wicked awesome. We're doing all right. What's your view on moving GME shares to computer share to stop share lending borrowing? I don't agree with using computer share. You can stop share lending and borrowing vis-a-vis your brokerage in most cases, unless you're in a foreign country. But even then, I think they have options. So bizarre the fixation short hedge funds have against cancer treatment companies. 195, same. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Fucking delivery driver guy fucked up my order again. Punishing baby Borden. I think that my delivery driver brought my food to the wrong apartment, but I couldn't find it, so. Give us your referral code for DoorDash, Uber, or Grubhub. I'll use it. Oh, I can put that in there. I love free food. It tastes better than food you pay for. If you could clone yourself, would you. Wait, what? If you could clone. Where did it go? Oh, would you use the clone to harvest replacement organs or for something more sensual in nature? Just organs. We'd be best friends though. It'd be hard to end it. How does it feel to navigate life being 6'3" with tiny hands? Love your Jesus hair, dude. Thanks, I am. What sort of shenanigans would you and your clone get into? I don't even know. It would be problematic. It would definitely be problematic. The Getmo brand being rolled, or did DTEs come in today? It looks like both. It looks like they're rolling and buying today. So probably different entities. I'm gonna check it right now. Yeah, so the majority of calls coming in today are September 17th 200s. An absolute shitload of $200 puts. But also 3,210 calls. So, I mean, at least $1 million in zero DTs today, maybe more. That's another 500K, 2 million. 2 million in zero DTs, which is a lot of fucking contracts. So it looks like they're just playing both. Just gonna fuck them now or fuck them later. They haven't really decided yet. I'm up 200% on CCG calls. I'm gonna push for 300. Oh, awesome! Is that today? Is that the? Is that a fucking pump and dump by Wall Street Bets? Who keeps throwing money away on these zero GTs? What's their play? To get them to print when we rip right now? What are you boss battling, Crayon? Me and Crayon are good for now. Don't do that to me, Garrick. I don't think they're primarily retail, McDavis. It's too much capital. I mean, maybe. Fucking hell of a YOLO though. People seem very hyped about Glass Castle DD. Is it worth a read? I only read like part of it, so no comment yet. But if people are hype about it, maybe not. Do you think these large institutions understand that zero DTEs are a gamble? Yeah, but they're a gamble they're willing to take because they can force them into the money if they want to, right, Andrew? That's the beauty of being a large institution is you can buy a shitload of zero DTEs and then buy a shitload of the stock, forcing all your DTEs into the money, and then you sell them and then you sell the stock. How do you feel about Magic Johnson? I don't know. Is there something I should feel? He was like a basketball person, right? Anytime someone says this explains everything, immediately suspect. I haven't read it yet. When I finish reading it, I will offer my opinion on it. How much money do you need to have? A lot. Because if someone wants to move that price against you, you need to be able to fight back. I just realized Girk backwards is Craig. Have you read Girk's DD? Yeah, it's decent. So, what would a rational trader take his gains on P&L wise on options? 30%. And when would he sell? Negative 30. I mean, it depends. Mads, when you're playing options, like, you have to assume when you go into it, you're willing to accept a loss of, almost 100%, because that's possible. How do you view the options chart on Webull? You just click the options tab, Colden, as long as you're approved for options. And then, generally if I'm playing options, I expect a specific move within a certain range, right? And so then I will sell when I think that move is completed. And I usually try to make sure that I'm fairly certain of that move before I buy into options. Remind me of a Reddit user called gherkin. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's also a lot of different option strategies besides just being long or short. Do you think Fidelity servers will crash due to overuse and all apes will time in hand infinitely due to technical difficulties? Is there a chance they won't roll over their futures and let it FTD? It wouldn't FTD. It would go against their margin. And I mean, if they're rolling FTDs into futures, right? Then it's there's definitely a distinct chance that getting hit with the brunt of that contract would fuck them really, really hard. I mean, you'll always be able to find buyers, DK Vision. You just may have to sell lower than the implied volatility. If you sell the option like cheap enough, you can just sell it as a block of 100 shares at whatever the current trading like market price is. You just cut the IV off of it and it'll sell right away, right? Because the issue with selling at the peak of MOASS is because of the implied volatility. That's on Dallas Fed. President Robert Kaplan to sell off his holdings of stocks like Apple, Tesla, Amazon. Does this mean market collapse soon? Is this a MOASS catalyst? It could be. Don't say shit like that, Triple OG. $3.5 million shares on Fidelity is freaking me the fuck out. Any thoughts on the peanut gallery? Why is it freaking you out? If anything, it means Fidelity bought a bunch of fucking shares, right? Which is, it's good shit. This is a solid reversal. So usually, this point would be considered like a long entry. So this is indicating a bullish breakout, right? You have like this. And then this would be considered the entry. Fun TA things. Kind of irrelevant right now, but yeah, update Reddit. No, my name's not Craig. Is it possible? It's pretty unlikely, Muhammad. Maybe. What are the chances of this most recent edition of the thesis around future dates not being accurate? How certain are you that we see this move in the week? And what happens if it's wrong? Well, if it's wrong and we don't see any covering, it means that either they don't. This cycle is complicated because the number of shares released into the market, right? So we were at like 6.6 million net negative, and now with BlackRock's additional like two, it's like 8 million. So 8 million shares released on this cycle may have if the short hedge funds are the buyers, then it may have given them enough to cover. Otherwise, I expect they will have to before the 17th. Are you paying attention to the Evergrande situation, or is it not that important to the default completely? I mean, I think they got bailed out by the CCP. How much does TA work on Jamie given all the bullshit hedge funds do to manipulate it? I mean, longer term TA is much more accurate on it than like you can't like intraday TA GameStop. You've never really been able to. It was easier when we had a lot of volume, but without volume on the intraday, it's pretty useless. And short time frames tend to be inaccurate, but long scale time frames, it's useful. It's just not useful in the way people want it to be. Like it doesn't highlight moments of momentum, right? It just lets you know when their potential for a breakout is there or not. So it can help you analyze periods at which MOASS is more or less likely. It can help you analyze long term trends, which then can lead you to the underlying causes for those trends. Um, if you look at my buy and hodl DD, that's a very good example of, long term trends that are indicating, an underlying reason. No, I'm not Home Depot Hank. I am just me on Reddit. I only have one Reddit account. There's too many shares sold because the S&P 600 400 switch. Mm, no, partially, but also the Russell 2000 to 1000 was a big switch. 400 to 600 was decent. And then there was also MCSI, which happened like last week, which is most likely what the updated 13F is tracking. So if we don't run it next week, I guess they'll continue to short it more until the next cycle, or they'll have failed futures contracts dump on their heads. We need to pump those numbers up. Other rebalance is practically nothing. Go to iShares and check historical GME holdings. Pinkertonks, the Russell rebalance was bigger than the S&P. Much. Kirsten dodging my question on breakfast cereal. What is it? So the options contracts or futures are led to expiry. What exactly would the consequences be? Um, it's hard to say. There would I mean, if they expire, then those are gonna those if what I think is correct, those FTDs are gonna spill back out onto the market. And they'll no longer be able to leverage them against their margin, which means that GameStop go rip. Yeah, I expect similar volume. Um, Bob, and we're still way short of that. So essentially, if they expire, they no longer have an asset to use for additional leverage. Yeah, but they also have a negative position on their balance sheet, right? So not it totally inverts itself from being a you know a positive on their margin to a negative, which could cause a margin call. I think if some of the other things I think are true are, then Count Chocula is not seasonal. George Reed. My favorite cereal is Cocoa Pebbles, followed by Fruity Pebbles. But I don't really eat cereal, so I'm not sure if I understand correctly. If they don't cover leading to a rip by the 17th, then the probability of MOASS happening significantly decreases till around December. No. If they don't cover MOASS, I think. We'll see. Still waiting on a lot more information. So that's that's basically it. Yeah. There's still a deliverable Fronium. All my DDs points of MOASS this Saturday. Jimmy weighted at 0.35% and SP. Old. I didn't say a date. $551 block order, 2.5 put January 2020. Possible volatility incoming. 551 January puts. At what? 250 strike? That's not a lot. Man, that's like a couple $100. I don't know why people don't buy them higher. They're pretty fucking cheap all the way out to like $7. Tens? Tens aren't bad. No, I don't have any thoughts on that. Yeah. The people who loaned out the initial short position could recall them. Yes, chicken tender daddy. Continuation pattern. Oh, that was just coffee. Splitting the costs of shares, the spurt merger, SEC filing. It talks about an average of. So it's based on whatever the stock's trading at, Agent Scarn, when the merger occurs. So they give a ratio, and then if the stock is more than that ratio, then like if Spurt is trading for more than that ratio going into the merger, then you'll get more shares of GREE than you would have. One minute DMI greater than 1 minute MACD. Yeah, but they both suck. Moon not today. Can I go to bed? I don't know. Oh, Spy's coming back. I'll be able to watch the stream for the next 2 weeks due to work. If MOASS in that time, I can't wait to watch the final stream when I'm able to. Bye, and thanks for all you do. If you're gone by then. Thanks, Walford. I'll see you around, man. Explain AMC. What do you want me to explain about it? Just running. Yeah, it's to catch stop losses and release shares and create liquidity. So, yesterday, Jamie pulled up a bar chart for Jamie 350 strike call expiring September 17th. How did you pull that chart up? I just clicked the option. Like that. That's how you view the chart for individual options. You can also go to the options window and like double click the option. I think. Maybe not. Okay, that doesn't work. Hmm. I don't know. I just clicked the option in the order book. They have to cover them. That. Oh, okay, Zeris. I think I understand your question. They have to cover them before they roll them. So the loss on the position has to be covered before it can be rolled. Do you think it happened this morning that was unusual or just normal shorting? It was. I think it was just a block sale. I don't think it was even shorting. There might have been some shorting. It looks like Fidelity has a bunch of shares, or a bunch more shares than they had yesterday. 3.6 million more ish. Maybe Fidelity liked earnings and they went long GameStop. What's an anagram of it, gherkin? They're king. Oh. Yeah, I almost guarantee DFV hasn't sold. Again, I don't think Fidelity lends their shares institutionally. Not to say that the short hedge funds can't use Fidelity to short, but it's more difficult and I think risky for them. I mean, DFV famously said, "What's an exit strategy?" I mean, he had opportunities to sell at the same and higher price points previously, and he didn't, which would indicate that he had no intention to sell at the last peak either. Don't ask me questions about it because I probably won't answer, Pat. But no, that's not the case. Is Root that like shitty insurance company, Muhammad? I don't like them. I looked into them a while back. Just asked you if he sold when he joins the stream for Power Hour today. I'm sure he has an exit strategy. I'm pretty tired. View up. When you have a cover call, what happens if the value of the stock goes down? Thanks. Nothing? That's what I mean. That's what a covered call is. It's a bet that it won't go past that price. Exit strategy is sell every share at the absolute peak. I have plenty of shares. Considering getting January 2023 call or two and selling it around 300 in case this run up is a mess. Good idea or smooth brain? I mean, that's very far out, Kanye. If you're looking to play this run up, you don't need to buy 2 years out to protect from theta decay. You can buy much closer, right? Like if you're just like trying to play this run up, to buy a January 2023 contract is ridiculous. Like you could I mean you could buy December calls and have almost no theta decay through the next couple weeks. Like what's the theta on December contracts or January, even January 22 contracts, right? Are like 17 a day and or 17 per tick in theta, right? And it's not ticking quickly. October, you could even like buy in October, and like you could leverage so much more, right? It seems silly to buy that far out if you're playing something in the near term. I don't have any Runic Glory Pinkertonks. You think selling at $1 billion per share is realistic? $1 billion per share? No. It's fucking nuts. I mean if MOASS occurs and the things we think are true and they truly have to cover the entire their entire short position and buy back multiples of the float due to synthetics, then millions could be possible, but billions, that's thousands of millions. It's fucking no. What's the highest number that isn't nuts? People will call you a shill now, whatever. A quadrillion a share. Whatever happened to the infinity pool? I don't know. It was bullshit. Stupid thesis. Yeah, nobody knows how high this will go, but $1 billion a share is like just fucking astronomical. How certain are you of MOASS? Pretty certain. High 90%. I mean, based on the money I've put in. A million a share is astronomical. 10 million a share, even more so. But I think those numbers could be within the realm of possibility, right? Um, a billion a share is just it's fucking absurd. How much money have you put in? A lot, Andrew. Yeah, I still buy. I've been exercising in the money options I have recently, so I haven't been buying that many shares at market. But I bought one yesterday for fun. I buy them every once in a while. Thanks, Crizzles. It is, but are people going to hold that long, Grandlet? I said it's astronomical. I didn't say it was for sure. I mean, I think the price will hit those numbers. My theory on the peak of MOASS has not changed. Government intervention, Noah Davis. Yeah, I said if it hits 10,000, it can hit a million. If it hits a million, it can go higher. But I mean, you're also like when you talk about those numbers, it's not like 100% of shareholders are going to be holding at that price, right? What about our attendees depreciating with inflation? So a billion sounds not so far fetched. It's pretty far fetched. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, rhubarbs. I do remember when the price target was 420.69. What if my sell order at 420 million gets filled? Awesome. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, if there's somebody that has to buy the stock, then buying a call for cheaper than the underlying, or the ability to exercise for cheaper than the underlying is very valuable, right? The share count, I pretty much am holding the minimum 250K to retire here to the end. I have half my net worth in GME. That's a lot, Lucas. A million billionaires doesn't matter if inflation makes 10K worth of that's you're talking about like hyperinflation, like on levels of like the Weimar Republic. That's not gonna happen. They'll put austerity measures into place. No, that was I was reading a comment. Lucas Alves put half his net worth in GME. At the time I invested into GME, I put 90% of my current net worth into GameStop. Like when I fully bought in February. My initial position wasn't that big. It was like 30 grand and it was pretty much all in options. I mean, confirmation of the merger means shorts have until December to cover, right? Hmm. Jesus Christ. 30,000 calls today? Is going past 20 million unrealistic? Everyone's been saying the floor is 40, but is that just a meme? Is that what they're up to now? I mean, they just keep increasing it arbitrarily because of boredom. It's sort of a meme in a way. Could it hit 40 million? Fuck, maybe like 0.00001% of people could sell a share that high. If I mean, there's so many things. I don't think so. What's the significance of 30K calls today? That's just how many. That's the open interest right now between our current price and 230. 170K VIX 91530 Cs. That's a big play. That's the fixed expiration date. PJ, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up over on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Awesome, dude. Good old fashioned market manipulation. Give it time. Gamer Ramp's still on the table? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Dude, I feel like I explain the Gamer Ramp every day, and no one gets it. Thanks, PJ. What about a sensible 30 mil? The fucking guys don't even know what to do with that kind of money. Yeah, I absolutely think the 100,000s are within the realm of possibility. I even think a million is very probable, especially if we hit hundreds of thousands. There's a lot of share lockup. I think it'll just keep climbing exponentially, but you have to remember, like, it's going to top out once they've covered 200% short interest, or 300 or 400. The only way those prices would be possible if the short interest is astronomically higher than we think it is. Like, the rough average estimates of short interest put it around like 220 to maybe topping out at like 400%. Piton has been running most of the day today. It's a 115C 10-1. Go in the money a bit ago. Seeing 120 is resistance to watch. Thoughts on it? Maybe running past that one. I mean, watch it. Watch your resistance levels. If it has too far of a fallback, then sell. It's simple. Don't be afraid to take your profits out. Options aren't for diamond handing. I mean, you saw a gamma ramp occur in January. You saw gamma ramps occur on August 24th, not that long ago. There was a ramp there. So yeah, so even unless the short interest is exponentially higher than we think it is, um, then there you can kind of get a rough estimate of how high the price will go. But the hard thing is the illiquidity can cause gap up, so the price could actually go higher than whatever a rough estimate would be. So yeah, like a million to 10 million is a possible range, provided but once they get under 100% short interest, it's going to plateau. So 9/15 is the VIX, like, expiration date for VIX futures. Tends to be a lot of volatility. Thanks to Turdferg for notifying me of that. Short interest based off 75 million shares or the 35 million shares. Both. I mean, they're still actively shorting the stock, right? There's speculation that short interest is 3,000% on Superstock. I mean, that's a push. Short interest is at least 420. Yeah, it's definitely greater than what they had in January. But the current short positions, right, are rolling. It's that initial short position that theoretically has never been covered. The price suppression that they do day to day, um, we see play out in that T plus 69 cycle that we released the DD on. I hope to have Girk's current net worth after MOASS. Probably wouldn't have to sell very high for that. 917's quad witching. I thought they closed short positions. No. How do you factor FTDs and SI together, though, to get an idea of the true ripping potential? That's hard. Bob Lewis. It's also hard because of the illiquidity. And, you know, some people really are fucking just holding forever. There will be people that, you know, uh, don't sell. And that will drive the price up. No, they haven't closed. You don't care about closing anyway, right? You care about covering. Closings, I mean, technically their contracts would never be closed, right? Because they would be force liquidated and, you know, the DTCC would close their positions. That's the ideal scenario. But the covering is what you care about. That's the buying the shares at market. I don't know where the fuck that got mixed up. Well, institutions sell as well. Yeah, absolutely. Unless they're in locked, unless they have like lockup, like BlackRock, where their shares are in their ETFs. Some dickel posted a thing in Superstock a while ago that we cared about closing versus covering, and it got tons of upvotes. Wow, figures. In terms of psychology, forced liquidation will start covering straight away, or will they be slow about it? I mean, probably algorithmic, like covering, like jumping the bid, trying to create supply as fast as they can. They do have a time frame. Well, did Fidelity really get 3.5 million Jumi shares available to borrow today? It would appear so. 3.5 million shares listed as hard to borrow. Gateway stock jumped 25,000% once. I think it was more than that. But yeah, GME could potentially break that. That was one day, I think. Ginger Balls and the Dr. Dan have an estimate for the next T plus 69 rip? I mean, there is one, but it moves. So you can't really, like, no dates, right? Big Dillionaire. What do you think the maximum amount of time this could go on for? Years? No, I don't think that long. Oh, dude, I wrote an entire DD about it, K9. Or go look at my buy-in hodl DD that's pinned to my Reddit profile. What do you think the odds of it going back to 150 are? I mean, I don't think it's going back to 150 soon. When does that Koba? When does that rule go into effect? Do you know? I don't think it's going to make a big difference, but that's per participant. You know that, right? So like, none of them give a shit. Like it's a $240,000 difference in their margin requirement. It's not really relevant. It's not like per position or per account. It's just per participant. How do you feel about this week? Strong because the earnings drop was practically non-existent, but not as strong as expected. Next week looks good. If I were them, I'll say this again, I would shut today down as close to max pain as possible and shave off that extra expiration date from the gamma ramp. And then I would run it early next week while options are expensive. If they have to cover, that's when they'll do it. There is a place during MOASS for every order type, Justice for All. I suggest you learn them inside and out and best execution practices. You can use paper trading to do that. Max Pain currently, the live Max Pain says 175.50. So we're trading below it. But it moves. It was 195. Like on that big dip, it dropped. And then now it's back up because they're buying a lot more calls because the price is low. Every order type except market and trailing stop. No, every order type. Trailing stop is just a type of stop loss order. It's just like a subset of stop losses. But stop losses have a place too. Just not in the initial stages. Paper trading is for people that like to keep their money. Yeah. So I said every order type has a place. Do you think there will be an ape that pulls all the way through MOASS and forgets to sell? I mean, there's probably people that bought in like February that have died since they bought in, right? You could have shares locked up in probate, all kinds of shit. Um, I mean, every stock has share lockup in some way, like shares that just can't be or won't be sold. And so, but that does help. That helps increase the floor, right, or the ceiling, technically. Yeah, they're piling a lot of calls into 917. They're buying a lot today too, though. The majority are going into 917. How do you feel about 230 for 917? Only 220. They're pretty cheap. I have 6 240s here on WeBull for next week. I want a diamond hand through MOASS for MOASS 2.0. Shares locked up in Cash App like your AMC. I don't know if Cash App lets you buy GameStop. It didn't used to. I had 1,000 shares of AMC on Cash App, but I sold before they did the share offering. And I left 30 in there to let it ride to see what would happen. And then I got a new phone since then, so I can't access the account anymore. How come Fidelity is looked at like a co-conspirator by giving away the shares? I mean, they're not, I don't think they're offering them institutionally. But I mean, I'm sure everybody with GameStop shares who's a longtime holder is offering them to be borrowed. That doesn't make them a co-conspirator. If anything, that just allows the shorts to compound their positions even more. Can Citadel write themselves options and technically make no loss? No, it's not how that works. They're still traded in a market. You can't just like write and sell an option to yourself. In relation to your best, I mean, this is just like we're just trading sideways. There's no like strategy going on right now. Like there was a big block sale, and now we're trading, $6 lower than open. Not even $5 lower than open. I mean, yeah, they could a user, but so could someone. Someone else could buy it. They don't have any control over that. Red Fox, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that, dude. Most prices go as high as they will. This should, in theory, liquidate Citadel at 0.72. Susquehanna also. There's no way these guys could survive. No, not at that point. Kumbus Butner, at least a visit from our graphical friends. I don't know. Not in the mood. Permission to speak freely? Okay. Starting to wonder what kind of shares GME, my broker, sold me. They say they act like a large holding company for all their clients. They voted on behalf of all of us. I have no idea. What brokerage do you have, Gludmeister? What are the 2 books you always recommend on TA? Hold on 1 second. Trying to check something with the options right now. Ah, they're just dumping. So I always recommend Securities Analysis by Dodd and Graham, and Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. Those are like the 2 that I think are good for people just like beginning or starting in the markets. Thanks, Dan. Deleting orders in WeBull is too easy. It's nice. They have a decent UI. What about investing for dummies? I don't think my Weebull's frozen, is it? No, just not trading any volume. Still looking at October calls? I'm thinking about it. Do you see the ascending triangle from January lows and June, March peaks coming together first week of October? I mean, the peak of the triangle isn't like the breakout point on ascending triangles. Usually they break out from a bounce of the lower resistance or a lower resistance, which we've already had the bounce, so we'll see if the trend continues to the upside. We approach the peaks, MOASS. What do you expect the bid-ask spread to be like? I mean, fuck, I don't know. Nuts. If you ever read One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish, dude, I have it on my bookshelf. Cover call time? Oh, Moonwind. It's so greedy, though. I know you need food. What if they rip? All you've said all day is we'd trade sideways. Seems safe to me. I mean, until you sell covered calls, and then we fucking start moving up. Do a glance back at ADXS. It's running up more. I mean, I don't need to look at it running. What do you, is there something you want to know about it, Sierra? It doesn't look like the correlation is just all that different from other shorted stocks. I would select covered call and GME even if the gains were a certainty. I mean, it doesn't have a negative effect on the stock. Like it's a bearish bet, but it doesn't. It shouldn't affect the underlying in any way. Stock has an interesting history. I mean, it's just a head and shoulder, like triple top, failed. Pretty standard price action back to like 190, and then we could bounce from there. Here comes the degeneracy. My knowledge from the very hungry caterpillar. Is there something we're not tracking? Probably. But yeah, I'm sure the sentiment's really bearish right now. Besides Matt Kors and any other YouTubers you can recommend? No, not at all. YouTube is a cesspool in the financial world. I definitely don't recommend Matt Kors. He's a fucking idiot. I put call parity for the next few weeks on the SPY. Doesn't look that intense for the next few contract dates. September 17th looks kind of bearish. Can you go over? It matters if people paper hand now. It doesn't matter if people paper hand during MOASS. Like once they get margin called and forced buying occurs, it doesn't matter who sells. Up until that point, it matters quite a lot. As I have stated in my last 2 DDs. I've heard you make fun of the Elliott wave guy. What's the issue with Elliott wave theory? It's not I don't think it's a good intraday trading signal. I think Elliott wave works best in predicting long-term trend possibilities, and I also think it works better on like liquid, low volatility stocks. Things like Apple and the SPY. I don't think it works well on GameStop at all. Edward. I also don't like the fact that he goes back and like edits his predictions from the past so it looks like he was right. That's just like disingenuous. Jamie? Oh, yeah. Forgot about him. Yeah, Jamie's fine. He's bullish. No, I don't think he'd offer. Because I would just call him out on his bullshit and it wouldn't look good to his viewers. He has a different Jamie has a different approach to the way I think about GameStop, I think. He's very in it for the like murdering of the hedge funds. I'm very in it for making money. But yeah, no, Jamie's bullish. He's fine. I've watched like since our interview, I've watched some of his stuff. He does decent TA. He's got some interesting picks. The way he picks stocks is definitely different than mine. But yeah, I don't have a problem with Jamie. I don't like Cosmic Lightning Warrior because he just reiterates fucking DD is no different than Mo Money. He didn't freak out when he lost his channel size. Didn't you read the DD on Zillionaires that T Dettles wrote about why YouTubers like pretend like their channels been lost and then they make new channels so they can get multiple streams of revenue? $917,210 if it pays off. Oh, cool, Mitch. Thank you, man. I offered 10 GME shares. Would you show me your GME position? No. I mean, but ultimately the thesis assumes that the hedge funds involved will be destroyed, right? But other hedge funds are going to get super fucking rich. So it's a net, like there's no net change, right? Like you're not going to affect any change by MOASSing. I know everyone wants to believe that, but it's just not true. You'll be rich. That'll be the change. And mostly my issue with talking about other YouTubers is I have no desire to promote YouTubers. That's not why I started doing this. I don't care about YouTube. If you guys have people you like, go watch them. I don't care. But I really don't want to promote anybody. That's not something I'm interested in. And I think that's where I'll just never probably agree with any YouTuber on that point. Do you watch any Let's Plays? No, I don't. I don't even like watch YouTube. Like in my free time, unless it's like old episodes of How It's Made. That show is very cathartic. I do have a marketing team. They make me gifts of pigeon whales. They're dope. We're about to break out of a. Hey, we're about to bounce off of mean. So this is there's a resistance here on the low side of this Head and Shoulders breakdown. Right here. And we're bouncing off of that. Which is what I drew before. I think I added it to the daily DD. This is actually a pretty good potential for us to test 195 again. But unless we cross VWAP, we're not running today. And they're just fighting over premiums at like the 200 and 195 strike price. And so I'm just thinking that like we're going to trade pretty flat for the rest of today. Houston's cool. I mean, he's not like an expert in the financial markets by any means, right? Like he has his own area of expertise. I haven't read any of his DD, but I kind of like that he's not. He's not really about like promoting himself or, his like socials and shit. He's just kind of. It seems like he kind of just does it for fun, and that's cool. I used to follow Gherkin's MySpace. You need a hype man. I have Carl. Carl's my hype man. He's my go-to hype guy. Houston Wade watches your live stream every day. That's awesome. Open interest on GME 680 calls next week is lit. I mean, it always is because they're cheap. I feel like my biggest problem is like everybody who streamed finance shit before this happened, I feel like has picked it up to improve viewership and notoriety. Right? So anybody who released a video on YouTube before January of this year, I'm just automatically suspect of if they're talking about GameStop. I haven't finished it. I started reading it, Digital Good Time. I'll finish it. Maybe I'll talk about it in the like members stream tomorrow or something. Maybe if I can finish reading it tonight. I don't know. Except DFE. Well, it was DFE's thesis, right? Muppet. Yeah, they all started with GME. They all switched to AMC. Or they won't like say the truth about AMC, and I don't like that. Like, if you have any experience in the financial markets, you can see that AMC is not a solid play. Cracked ass cracker, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added over to the country club after the stream, man. And don't forget, everybody who's a new member today or an old member, make sure you head over to the community tab and set a reminder for tomorrow's members stream. I feel like we'll probably have a lot to talk about. It's been a busy week. Day trade AMC to buy GME. That is probably the way. What DD has Popcorners ever come up with on their own? I don't know. I don't go over there and read it, so. Thanks, Mustard Homie. Don't sleep on it. I mean, why? His streams were about Love Island? What the fuck is that? I still have to get drunk with him and his brother one night. I mean, when I was living in the UK, I was watching like Postman Pat and Mr. Bean. So no, I don't know what Love Island is. No, technically AMC is not a strong play. It's a FOMO riddled constant pump and dump. But it is also a distraction. Since Mo Money, when the fuck did Mo Money do TA? Should we continue to honor him with the Dillionaire song or come up with a new one? We could come up with a new one. You guys could submit new Dillionaire songs. That'd be cool. Mix it up a bit. Where's Ben? Ben, what do you got for me? Or Visceral. Visceral hasn't made me a Dillionaire song. My money is a data scientist and a quant now. What do you think of the Spurt GME correlation today? Is there one? I guess a little bit. Fuck. It's the same fucking chart. Strong. AMC can't survive the previous COVID, Mustard Homie. They're gonna go bankrupt by like January. So whatever play is there needs to happen soon. I actually think Doge has a way better backing thesis than AMC does. Doge has like cheap transaction fees. So for like for for like a transaction based crypto, it's not that bad. There's some improvements they can make, which they seem to be unwilling to do, but but they're releasing an ad campaign. Billions raised on shareholders. $25 million ad campaign. Nice. I had a guy in his 50s today ask me if he should put 50K into AMC. Jesus Christ. This kind of tribal dialectics is not productive at all. I mean, it is, right? Lying to people about AMC isn't productive. Worse yet is people buying the lies. Zero fucking evidence to support a bull thesis on that stock. If they put Pornhub on the big screens, the SEC wouldn't let them go under. How did Cohen refresh the board and get the old management team out, especially if they were potentially working with the shorts against Jimmy? Seems like a big hand for the shorts to fold. I mean, that's what you do when you hostile take over a company is you just remove all the old management. That's like step one. You get everyone old out because they're not guaranteed to be on your side. They're not going to have the same vision. You know, if the company is failing and not doing well, then, you know, lack of motivation is going to be perpetuated throughout your entire staff. It's just it's like, yeah, it's just like the first thing you do. Yeah, it's definitely not. There were 14 million Doge created daily. I don't think that's accurate. Either way, I wouldn't buy AMC or Doge. It looks like fucking either one. Yeah, I know it's inflationary by design. But so's the dollar. If someday I found out that you were a deep plant BlackRock long shill, I wouldn't be mad if I'm rich. I wouldn't be able to work at BlackRock with this hair. I want to trade so well I get accused of insider trading. Can you help? Yeah, BlackRock has some pretty strict conditions on their employees. Ryan, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Appreciate the support. Does AMC have a military? No. Oh, there was no Dillionaire song for Cracked Ass Cracka? Well, that's unacceptable. I lost $15 today. Try my luck with 280. Why would you buy them so far out of the money on 0 DTE? It probably is, Greg. Ty Dolla. How could Cohen force the old guys out with a 12% stake? He had more than them. And an agreement with the rest of the board, right? If you can get the board on your side, you can take over the company. Those guys were there not making money, and the rest of the board wanted to make money. So they pushed him out. Ryan Cohen presented an opportunity for the company to turn around and become successful. Can you loop the Dillionaire song for 10 hours and put it on Spotify or YouTube? Because I don't draw things, average Joe, for shitty sideways days. Especially if I know they're coming. Please give us Stefan. It's not going to make the stock go up. If the stock starts to go up, I'll give you a pickle. I'm not going to waste my pickle on sideways trading days. They bore me. Stefan worked yesterday. He'll be fine. Maybe he'll get a bonus if we run on Monday. Just put up a sideways pickle. You can't force the pickle art / market manipulation, all right? This is blatant stock manipulation. We need Sanjit for power hour. I'm having Stefan withdrawals. I drew him yesterday. Simp for Girk. Based on my calculations, I predict you're at 61% opacity today. Christina, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate the upgrade. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
How are your reserve funds looking? Will you still be returning to more active day trading in November, or has that timeline been pushed back from the other gains you had a few weeks ago? I mean, the other gains I had a few weeks ago probably float me for a while. But God, that was a good run. But yeah, I'll probably, I mean, if we go out through like mid-October, there's definitely going to be a lot more
Definitely gonna be doing some more active trading. Probably sooner than that. Girk, for you to have even mentioned an opportunity for Stefan to get a bonus if we run Monday is a gloriously beautiful thing. We thank you for the amazing opportunities you provide him. We would like to see him, but we understand your prerogative. Praises be to you up. Every day without Stefan isn't a day worth living. Oh boy. Man, the volume's just gone. Bob Lewis. He started fading Monday, August 23rd. What the fuck are you guys talking about? I'm not fading. Still over 190. The bounce back yesterday was awesome. Expecting volume to come in a cross view up for another 200 test. It could happen. Like in power hour. We might run up into power hour for like a net neutral day, but probably still under 200 to close out the week. It's true. Stefan was on the title screen. Whatever happened to Dan Can, Idaho? Did he leave? Orderbrook looking drier than Death Valley, yeah. I see myself perfectly on my OBS. I look amazing. Yeah, looking good. When are you maybe going back to college? I would start in January, the end of January. I'm enrolled in a course for my MBA MFE. It's a dual masters. If I go back, if there's a lot that could happen between now and then. Although I have paid them, so I guess I'll have to decide by November. Wait, you're actually smartish? No, clearly an idiot. But there's a sell button. That's a that's a Can you work at Citadel and stream from your office? No. Finally got how to work your Discord. Awesome. What's your skincare regimen? I don't know. I like wash my face once in a while. I still don't know what you're talking about, Big Dillionaire. That sounds crazy. Stop trying to gaslight me, man. How long have you day traded full time as a job? The last almost 3 years now, actually. Jesus, this GameStop shit has gone on too long. I don't use beard oil. Whale cheese facials. Just picked up some zero DT 195Cs. You and every hedge fund. Crayons fanboys won't stop coming at me. I don't even know what I said that was that offensive to them. I don't know what you said. Oh, how dare you, Hales. Once I complete my gherkin fade hypothesis, should I post it in GME or DD discussion? I mean, make it available to the public. Don't you think school will be awkward post MOASS with your per se lunchbox? Girk is fading because his camera isn't getting enough electricity. He must have forgotten to pay his bill again. Well, I had to buy options, Deep Insider. You know? Sometimes you have to choose. How many positions would you comfortably take on at once? Usually one. I mean, I'm not generally long anything, so I don't have like multiple floating positions. If I'm trading something, I'm trading that thing. I've never understood the need to like have like 7 stocks that you're trading simultaneously. I always thought that shit was stupid. It's just a Chad move. Like if you have a good projection on a stock, that should be the only one you need to trade to make money off of. I'm not a fucking like hedge fund. I don't need to trade like multiple assets at once. I expect them to. We could have a push, but I mean, I don't think we're gonna cross 200 today. Gherkin it backwards spells Tiny Craig. To help you return to 100% opacity and dealing with our nonsense comments. Thanks, Corn Trader. I appreciate that, man. Should only go up for the rest of the day. SEC 201 says no 12 hours, no short selling. What? Reduces opacity every time someone pigeonwheels. I mean, like, yeah, I have money in Palantir, but it's not like a lot. I have like 1,000 shares. But it's just like that's just like what I do with my money when I have nothing else to do with it. It's like I'll just buy stocks I like and keep it there. And so I'd rather have it there than in like a savings account. What's Palantir trading at today? No, so I'm up. Way up. Maybe I'll sell it. Looks like you can buy more GME. I don't need any more GME. When did you get into Palantir? I think I got in mostly around like $17. Some of my position was before that, but I can't remember my cost average. I used to have it written on my whiteboard, but I erased it. Yeah, of course. If I mean, like, I have like a watch list of stocks generally that I'm like, that I'll have like an open order on or something, or like a good till cancel. And then if they fill, cool. If they don't, they don't. I just like don't really pay attention to them that much. What's Greg? You're Greg? What do you mean, so it's Greg? What does hard to borrow mean? I believe it means that Fidelity isn't lending those shares institutionally. So they're only available to borrow by like day traders. Your name is Greg? No. Gregion. Why is Fidelity even letting them borrow their shares? Are they turning on us? They were never on our side. Smooth Gotti beats. No one is on our side. There's no heroes. There's no one looking out for the little guy. No one gives a fuck. All right. You want to get rich, you're doing it all on your own. Captain Planet. DFE's on DFE's side. Did we wake off today? No. Because it is a good broker. They have trillions in assets. They have shitloads of money. They're stable. They're not going anywhere. They have good order execution. Everyone's looking to like these fucking giant financial firms or billionaires to like save their asses. I think E-Trade's self-clearing, right? They're fine. I don't use them, but I mean, if Japan switches to blockchain, but right now I'd say Europe, Stefan. European markets trading European companies. It's probably the least exposure to corruption that you could find, which makes their markets boring. But thanks, Secure. I actually don't know about him. I mean, if Fidelity bought fucking 3.5 million shares, that's a big chunk of the shares out of the potential ones that the shorts could have used to cover, right? Fine. Fidelity has doesn't let you buy zero DTEs. It'll be higher, Mustard Homie. So you're saying not everyone is going to be able to sell at millions. You have to sell before others do? No. I'm saying that people won't be able to stand the psychological stress of holding that long. They will act irrationally. They will act with exuberance, panic, fear. You see on SS, the New Jersey sign guy has to get rid of the sign? No, I didn't. Oh well. One less reason to go to New Jersey. It's not a prisoner's dilemma. I'm from New Jersey and I'll never go back. I've definitely explained it, Festive Project, and no, I don't really want to explain it again right now. It's just stacked options at a certain strike price, and the hedging of those options can cause the raise in the price of the underlying to accelerate. Does the price drop off a cliff from the high 100K figures once the short interest is under 100? You mentioned this in other interviews, but I haven't fully understood what you said. Once the short interest is covered, and not, there's no figure, there's no price figure because no one knows how high the price will go. Smells like Updog. But when the shorts are covered, the price will tank. Because that's what happens at the end of a short squeeze. No, it is not a sausage roll, and it is not nearly as good. It's like a Taylor ham roll is what I can only describe as like some compressed like scrap meat with an egg and cheese on a roll. It's foul. Only an inverse head and shoulders if we bounce. Or we're just going down. The market's coming down super hard again. It's getting choppy. Spam with egg. Kind of. Except spam tastes better. Yeah, bologna is definitely better. Your SQQ call will print harder than your GME call. I hope so. I hope my puts on the SPY and TLT print. That'd be awesome. TLT actually down like a whole percentage today. I wonder if I can make money off these again this weekend with the $24 I have available in this account. Puts 17th. you see any more upside for Tesla? How long will it take the markets to go back to normal? I don't know, a few months. Bull markets generally don't last that long. Or bear markets, rather. Tesla? Potential? Looks like it got rejected. That might kind of be near. It might kind of be near the end of its run, unless you get like a confirmed bounce somewhere. Is that a reverse head and shoulders forming on the weekly? No, but there's probably something. Weekly. Possibly. I don't think so though. GameStop doesn't really move in those patterns. What we do have is we have a nice little wedge. Whoops. Four-hour probably looks better. Got like shitty too. This is more like a run. Interesting. I mean, I think we're gonna run. That looks good. Huh. We'll see. It looks like we're bouncing off that bottom trend around the price point we're at. Reminds me of Elliott waves. And yet it isn't. Book recommendations. Securities analysis by Dodd and Graham. Graham and Dodd. Technical analysis of the financial markets by John J. Murphy. Is it shaking bones and cup? By track lines. Lowest stream viewers in 2 weeks? I don't know. No, definitely not. It's kind of been, it kind of just, you know what's funny is like my stream graph just follows the graph for GameStop for the day, like average viewers. Currently my stream is in a descending channel. The Intelligent Investor book sounds way beyond me. So you mean securities analysis? Or Intelligent Investor? There's two. Securities analysis is the one I recommend. Intelligent Investor is fine too. That's a good book also. Is average viewership flat since January? I didn't start streaming till April. Please off the price every 3 seconds so I don't miss anything. We're at 191.33 right now. Yeah, I should probably do that, Maria Von Trapp. What's your on balance viewership? Yeah, next week should be pretty nuts. I agree. I'm kind of okay with this week ending a little quiet. I don't like it when the short hedge funds behave in an unexpected manner. Because that means there's something that we don't know. Is it true that at some point the market can't handle prices of 1 or 2 million when MOASS hits peak? And what's the minimum you think the ceiling will be? I'm curious of your estimation. I mean, I don't think there'll be enough people holding at 1 or 2 million for it to hurt the markets, let alone, higher. I think somewhere, I mean, based on the rough estimates of short interest, I think like there's a possibility of, the 10 millions being hit, but the number of people holding at that point I think will be very, very few. I think people with fewer shares will be more inclined to hold that long. Thoughts on exercising options if apes don't have capital to just buy 100 shares? You should be able. A lot of brokerages offer cashless exercise. Fidelity doesn't. You can sell a share to exercise if the share value, one share is worth more than the contract, right? So, if you have like a 150 strike, and this is just an example, that's like 15,000, right? Dollars to exercise. So if we're trading at $15,000, you can sell one share and get 99. Or well, you get 100, but net 99 shares. That also puts additional pressure on the run, because then they have to find another 100 shares. Shill pickle. Rude. In an honest world, they would have no control over the price, correct? Correct. And yet they do. I've made many a dollar on 0 DTEs that when the stock was trading below max pain or way above it. Can you explain the very, very few? I mean, it's like geometric mean. It's most people are going to sell in like a bell curve. Higher figure shareholders are more likely to sell earlier. You're talking about a group of people that have most have probably never transacted a stock trade besides buying GameStop, right? Don't be one of those people. Hold longer. Don't be a paper-handed bitch, because a lot of people will be. It won't matter. It won't lessen the peaks or do anything like that, but it'll matter to you when it's over. Yeah, they're very afraid of the ramp. Way more afraid than they've been of it in the past. In the past, there's been a ramp and they've just plowed the price right into it. This time they're being much, much more cautious, which makes me suspect that time is running out for them. I don't think the short percentage has gone down. They're still they short the shit out of the stock every day. If anything, they've built even larger short positions since January than they had originally. Yeah, you could buy 2 options, sell the first, exercise the second. What percentage of the RSS self-proclaimed diamond hands do you think will have sold by the time the price goes to 100K? More than half. That's just me. I mean, if they can, awesome. If they hold longer, great. Some people have 5x shares, right? Like you're a billionaire at $10,000. I don't use Ortex data. It's garbage. It's super inaccurate. Always has been. Yeah, I didn't read the Glass Castle DD, but I'm reading this quote by the OP, and I can already tell that it kind of sounds like bullshit. But I'll read it. I'll give it a fair shake. Oh, well, 10K, yeah. But you can have more than 10. I mean, that's the bottom of 5x. Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel if it hits 10K, it's going to 100. If it hits 100, it's going to 2. If it hits 250, it's going to 5. If it hits 5, it'll probably hit a million. You know, if it hits a million, it's probably going to keep going up. I do think there'll be an effect of like letting it ride for a lot of people because they'll be so afraid of missing out on the peak, you know, that they'll just keep holding. But I mean, that'll only be the people that are still there at those prices. How long have you been trading? I was never really into technical when I started. I didn't believe it, but it's very real and started changing strat up for the last 3 years because of it. So I paper traded for 3 years before I started trading like my actual capital. Um, just back testing strategies and you know practicing, and then I've about 3 years now with my own capital almost. Couple months short. Yeah, September, October, November. Yeah, 3 years now in a couple months. I think we tested 200. There was a big block sale which gave the shorts a little bit of an advantage, and now they're trying to hold it right around max pain to close out the day. They get to shave off a big fat chunk of the gamma ramp going into next week, which helps them if they intend to cover on Monday and Tuesday. It's just a large theory that blockchain market NFTs will replace our stock market structure. It's kind of meh, just provocative idea propagation. It was just more NFT bullshit. Jesus fucking Christ. Uh, man, people just will not give up. What is the obsession with fucking NFTs lately? I mean, DFE definitely got into GameStop to make money, Bob, not to just like hold the stock forever. But he definitely got in it to make a lot of money. I'm sure he has a plan. Would you rather own a company with employees or trade like you're doing now? I mean, I guess that would depend. I've never really had capital to start a company until I started doing this. And then like trading. And then I don't know. It sounds like a lot of work. Thank you for your daily analysis, support, and comments. It's the last hour of the week. Let's enjoy it. You know what? Let's.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Actually played it on time today. It's the NFT of all NFT bullshits. I feel like the whole NFT thing is propagated by a group of individuals on Superstonk that are afraid people are going to sell. And they think they can control them with like bullshit hype. Which I feel like makes the entire community as a whole feel conspiracy-like in a way that puts people off. And that I don't really support that. You know, it's kind of like the opposite of what I try to do. And they message me, they like reach out to me and they're like, oh, I don't really think you should like talk about this, or, you know, maybe you should spin this a different way. And it's, you know, ultimately that's bullshit because people are going to do what they want to do. You can't control them, so you might as well tell them the truth, because the truth about GameStop is pretty fucking good without the nonsense. I disagree that X holders will hold longer. I'll be a millionaire in the lower thousands. They don't want the risk of not making life-changing money, so it'll be harder for them to hold. Be surprised. If you learn one thing being poor, it's to seize opportunity. And I mean, they've done studies on this. People with smaller positions tend to hold longer. You can look it up. Because you make the mistake of thinking they have more to lose, but they actually have nothing to lose. Yeah, I picked up some 195s for next week, and I think I'm going to pick up some more here in a minute. They're just so fucking cheap. I don't think I'd make a good SEC chair. Is an NFT and a dividend similar? No. I mean, I think if the longs want to run us back to neutral right now, it's just so they can sell their options. They might try to spike IV before close. We'll see. Hold on. This is turning around a bit, so I want to buy my 195s now. All right. Did that not fill? What the fuck? All right. Always 5 minutes behind chat. Well, it's because if I do anything, chat keeps moving, and I have to catch up. The original Jimmy thesis is the best thesis, and with that, it's great. I didn't read any of the DD. Also, cats or dogs? Cats. I'm a cat person. I would say if I had to. I mean, I'm a nothing person. I don't have any pets, but if I were to get a pet, I would probably get a cat. Less direct maintenance. Thanks to Press Goblin. Well, the price rise exponentially the higher it gets. I mean, yeah. Percentage increases at higher prices are more money, right? So. Musk's vaporware tech. Yeah. What's a good IV percentage to target for calls next week? I have no idea. IV's low right now. Fucking Moonwind. MOASS takes off. What technical indicators can I watch to see how much rocket fuel we have? I mean, you can watch. I wrote an exit DD, or rigorous. Go read it. It covers what to look for pretty extensively, I feel. I mean, the technical indicators are all going to just be complete shit once it takes off. You can watch maybe RSI from like if it dips from oversold or overbought rather. Some say you have the fastest typing hands this side of the Mississippi. Any truth to that? No. I can 10 key really fast though. It's a lie you have a JFresh. Where do we request for the clip function? Like email who? So after I hit 10,000 subs, I think YouTube will email me and then like they'll give me like a thing to sign up for it. That's how they've done it in the past for like other things that have unlocked. If we can only move so much before halts, how long do you think MOASS will last? 1 week, 2? I think it could be pretty fast. Even with halts. I think it only takes like 3 days to hit, you know, Reddit's. You have to remember that like a 5% increase at 100,000 is a lot different than a 5% increase at 1 million. Are 250s next week too risky? I mean, they're pretty risky. 250 is a resistance level. That's why, like, the majority of my position is under that. I have a few calls at like 350 and 420, but those are mostly just to make money off implied volatility. If we run through 250, then, you know, that's solid. But it is a risky point to buy at. So WeBull doesn't let you open new options positions beyond 2 p.m.? I don't think that's true. Isn't it? I've definitely bought options. That might be based on your account balance. I don't know. I don't even have that much in this account. When was the last future rollover and how much did we go up that time? The last future rollover was on 610 and we tested 350 the day before. I read it, but I feel like I'm still too smooth brained. I'll read it over again though. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, just be patient. I think is the most important thing. Is relax, calm down. Don't trade with your emotions. I've definitely bought 0 DTs on Webull at like 3 p.m. and 3:30. Might be based on options level. Oh, maybe. I didn't think about that. Why would 250 calls be risky for next week if we suspect they need to buy in? Because they're at a resistance point. So if we get rejected they're at like an important resistance point. If we get rejected at that resistance point, they won't go into the money. So even though we expect them to buy in next week, we don't know how much they're going to push it up, right? And so it could peak at 250, right? And then if it peaks at 250 and we start coming back down, they're not going to print for very long. And they're definitely not going to go solidly in the money. Like you can make money off the IV. Good evening, Natty. Go to bed at 7 a.m. Later, 3 the hard way. How do you anticipate next week? I mean, I expect things to happen, but they may not. Don't trade with my emotions. Stoicism only enrages me further. NFT crypto world is filled by a little pickle hole of doubt with hope and pickles and a tripling of my GME position. All right. Yeah, you can benefit from the IV. I like my options to have intrinsic value when they print. How many calls are you holding that expire on 9/17? Now? Oh shit. Let me look. $75. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, no, those expire today. Yeah, 75. VIX is running. Ooh. Exciting. Son of a bitch. Get back to the VIX crosses 30. You think at this point it's better to grab calls now or wait till Monday to see how it develops? I mean, if they run it on Monday, Tuesday, they'll likely run it some in pre-market. Thoughts on 220Cs for next week? Got a couple 195s, but I think those are safe. 220s are probably okay. I don't know how cheap they are right now, but I'd imagine they're pretty inexpensive. Yeah, for sure, Hacksaw. Aw, pickle milk. I don't know all your strikes, but a 350 test could make you close to $1 million. Yeah. That's the intention. Or, you know, I'm out. I think if everything zeroes out, I'm out $2,000, which isn't so bad. So it's a pretty good play. Like that'd be my net loss on the whole position. Okay, so I had calls going into the spike on the 24th. Like I bought a shitload of 157.50s. And obviously those all went super deep in the money when we hit 225. And then I rolled a lot of those gains out and up. So I rolled them out to higher strikes and up. hence like multiplying my leverage but increasing my risk. That's not necessarily true. We could, that random guy. If it takes off hard enough, I mean, yeah, we could just MOASS. But we'll have to see. It's not a guarantee, right? Only time will tell. SPY 5 red days in a row since October 2020. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a double bottom, but the bounce was weak. Nine thirty. Yeah. If we run, I expect we'd cross it. So if we run, let me hear. I'll show you guys on the longer trend. 1 second. God damn it. Where'd that go? Okay, I just need to delete this. So if we look out here, there's another trend line that runs this way. If we can break through this upper trend, which next week looks like it's going to be just below 250 right here. If we can break through this upper trend, then we can continue up. If we get defeated there, then we'll continue to travel in this channel. So this like longer term, this other long-term trend line is going to be pretty important. And it's not drawn super accurately right now, but it's there. Because I just put it in, but... Jesus, I really need to learn options trading. In time. How do you make a decision on the opportunity cost to invest in other positions? If GME to the moon, why take positions temporary or otherwise in other positions when you could buy more GME? Well, because they're shorter term, right? So like over the last few weeks, I've done like Activision, Tesla, Home Depot, Caterpillar. AMD, NVIDIA, all of which have been, triple baggers, I think, for the most part. And so like those are like very short-term positions, right? Whereas GameStop is obviously a longer-term trade. And so in order to maintain a flow of capital for, like my rent and shit like that, like I have to have money set aside. And then I also keep money to play movement on GameStop, right? Since I spend so much of my time watching the stock, then, and I have so much of my capital invested in it, like that I'm just holding. It's good for me to profit off the moves in it, especially if it keeps returning to an average. Because that way, like having all my capital tied up doesn't hurt me. So like the options money I make off GameStop is essentially like the interest I have for Citadel fucking me around. Kirkception. Well, one is buying a contract and the other is selling a contract, Macaulay. If you search it on Fidelity, they give you very good examples. If you're I imagine you are on Fidelity. If you're on Fidelity, use their little tool and search, and they'll give you specific definitions of what they mean by that, as it differs from broker to broker. But buy to open generally means buying to open a contract, and sell is to close the contract, sell or close an open contract. Yeah, SPY has to dip to 445 for its correction zone. Yeah, still learning cash as a position. It is. Yeah, there's oh shit. That's weird. And there's no ask. I have 78 positions on the buy side, but the ask is drying up again. Is that what you're looking for, JFresh? The ask is super empty, but that's, because no one's selling. These SPY puts are printing so hard. Awesome, dude. Sanjeet, thank you for coming back for the rip. We appreciate your presence, man. Best regards and happy weekend. P Longstock, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Okay, yeah, no one's selling. It's pretty dry. That doesn't mean no one can sell, though, right? That's just the limit orders. Bought a share for Sign Guy. They've gone too far. I don't think there are any PDT flags for so you don't get one for selling and buying the same day. You get one for buying and then selling the same day. Yeah, it's only if you buy and sell the same day, Red Fox. How many protein shakes do you drink a day to get this chill? You guys have all been hanging out with me enough in here at this point that, like, you all seem much more relaxed than you used to about, intraday price dips. The new people get excited, but most of you have been in here forever. And I mean, the stock's kind of doing what we expected it to do, right? Which is always a good feeling. Do you know what my limit order filled? I think I'm going to buy like 5 more 195s if this dips to 190. I'm a ball of panic. Hold on. All right. I remember pre-green screen days and the creation of the Dillionaires. Good times. They were good times. 300, 350, 400 next week. I don't know. 250 is where I'm worried about crossing. I'm not super concerned with the peak as much as I am crossing the major resistance lines. We like the stock. Me too. I need a buy now, pay later broker. What happened to the original Dan? He's still here. He's never left. The original Dan is still here. He still shills shit occasionally too. There's 6 zebras roaming the Maryland suburbs of DC. Could you go down there and handle it, please? How are the Maryland suburbs of DC? Is that a good place to live? How's the internet? Is it shitty? Pi-Fi for governor of New York. It's called margin. Margin is the most absurd form of credit that I can feasibly think of. Like, there's no credit checks. There's nothing, right? They just fucking, you deposit money and they're like, here's 3 times your money. Go nuts. I never recommend margin. Anytime someone's willing to loan you money to gamble, you should be wary. South Mark, 6 months of streaming, correct? Man, time flies. No. Does it? No. I started streaming in April. Randy. Surgeon Chad, thanks for becoming a Cornishon, man. Glad to have you. Maybe I could sell you those 190s. I bought 195s, man. Margin is insane conceptually. It is. He said it was very lucrative indeed. I mean, that's what they are. They're just like institutional loan sharks. Isn't margin just a form of leverage? It is, but it's a far riskier form of leverage. Let the masses know that I am still here, working in the shadows, plotting and pulling strings to start MOASS. Yes, Daniel Taylor, Oracle of the Dans, we see you. You are noticed. I can't remember how I heard about your stream. Ward went to college, and then like magic. Fuck you, Average Joe. Although I will agree, I am an upgrade. Don't normally use Fidelity for options. They just liquidated my in the money 0DTE contract and charged me a $32 commission for it. That sounds about right. Yeah, so if you're holding 0DTs with a lot of brokerages before close, they will auto execute your option contract. You have to make sure you turn that off. I don't really use Fidelity for options very often either. But I think you can turn that off. If you call them and bitch about it, they'll probably give you your money back. Is you up a good indicator for buying weekly calls? No. I bet you use Robinhood for options. No, I don't. I don't have a Robinhood account. I had one a long time ago. I think I still have a share of something in there, but I don't use Robinhood at all. Their charting is fucking garbage. And for somebody who trades on TA, like, that's the worst thing that you could have. Also, their execution's terrible, too. It's a terrible app for day traders. You linked my dumpling? Thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. I appreciate the membership, dude. Someone got moved to one of your archive videos and didn't notice until just now. On the plus side, I had stop limits finally click and make sense for me. Awesome. Can you explain why you recommend Robinhood for holding GME shares? Fuck you, Jay Fresh. Don't you have other things to do right now? Aren't you at work? Why don't you do your job? Honestly, for options execution, WeBull has some of the best I've ever encountered. I've gotten, and it's rare, but like I've gotten fills on options that never would have happened on other brokerages on WeBull. IBKR is really good too, though. J Fresh for mod? No, that is not it. That is not happening. That's like us. That might be worse than making a Dana mod. Yeah, you can set a stop limit on an option. Depends on your brokerage, but you should be able to. You can set trailing stops on them. But options by their nature are more volatile than their underlying. Don't forget that when you're setting, if you're setting trailing stops. I would abuse the power without a doubt. I know you would. JFresh would just ban everybody in the chat so he could hang out with me one-on-one. I do the absolute minimum now. A joke, but you're definitely the best streamer. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't worth it. You're very knowledgeable and helpful, Pickle. But please don't cry. I'm not going to cry. Thanks to the donation, Silence of the Dads. Moonwind for fucking treasurer. I wonder if Moonwind sold 192.50s. That's what I want to know right now. I want to know how greedy he got. Is 10% really a good take profit point when working with other tickers, not GME? I mean, yeah, for the most part, I won't. I mean, I'll get out if I think there's a turnaround before 10%, but 10% is usually where I'll get out of a play, especially if I'm unsure of it. Like if I'm just playing like a small, like intraday movement, then 10% is where I draw the line every time. It's different if I'm playing options or swing trading something, because I'm like, if I'm swing trading something, I'm playing a range of movement, right? And so like, I will try to capitalize on that range as much as I can. So I'll follow the trend. The better you get at following the trends, the higher your profit margin will be over time. But it's very good to set those strict rules in the beginning. To like, and not worry about leaving money on the table, but learn to just take money when you make it. And more important than that is to make sure that you don't lose money. If you put money in, you should never be pulling out less than you put in. I mean, within a range, right? You should keep your risk limits very strict. Moonwind for treasure, Dan for mod, Stefan forever. Darth Dan, thank you so much, man. Can you explain the two huge block trades at the end of the day lately? I don't know. Institutional movement, which is clearly going on, given that Fidelity just popped up with 3 million shares. Not yet, but I have my mouse over the sell button. I knew it. %100% profits on out of the money call put trades. Why is Yahoo's data seems to be fucked up on GameStop right now? I've heard a few things today that they're misreporting. So I read the Glass Castle thing, a lot of circumstantial evidence and speculation, but I suppose it seems possible. I don't see a lot of concrete evidence. More if this, it could mean that. Oh. All right. So it's a fairy tale. Fairy tales are fun. Gets people hyped, but ultimately, like, there's just a danger to those things, right? Like, in that, like, you're just selling like a story to people to like keep them on board when it's the wrong story to sell. I don't know how to describe it. It's a net negative. Like everyone's like, oh, it's just hype. It's not a big deal, but it wears on people. Fake hype all the time is just bullshit. It wears people out just as fast as sideways trading for weeks on end, and then you combine the two, and it makes it the whole thing harder than it should be. Have you read the new DVD that Citadel is an alien race that controls the stock market with telestonkesis? I don't really have any proof, but it can happen. I still haven't read it, so. But if it has anything to do with GameStop trading independently on a blockchain market that it created for their stock, it's bullshit. Spy? Ah. Oh, it's getting close. Could be an interesting Monday. After MOASS, do you think they'll short Jimmy again? Probably not. I mean, someone will at some point, right? It's still going to be a stock. How much money do you have in puts today? None. Travis B. Are you just like chilling, dude? Is that what's going on here? Let me know. I think Jimmy NFT to trade used games is plausible. Yeah. I think a marketplace for used games, digital media. I think they could expand that to, cover like in-game items. I think that would be very successful. But we'll see what their plans are for it. But it's I mean, they're not fucking creating a stock market for themselves out of thin air so that, apes can make millions. It's fucking ridiculous. Have you read the DD where GameStop might be trying to sell stuff for a net profit? No, but that's bullish as fuck, JFresh. I enjoy your TA, but think you're an opportunist. I am an opportunist. I'm a trader. What the fuck do you expect me to do? Are you just like pissy because I bought puts on earnings? I straddled earnings. I have fucking like 70 call options. Of course I straddled it. That's how you hedge. It sounds like you just don't know shit about finance or trading. And you're pissed because you didn't, make money on it? So Citadel should make all the money off those moves? Is that how you feel? Tell me. Please weigh in. You're right. Next time, I'll be sure to back off and let Citadel make all the money on their shorting the stock The stock I own. Fucking Christ. I've been holding, they made you and your viewers money off your calls that closed out of the money. I mean, my calls were in the money. Which calls? Are you talking about fucking $5 on 0 DTs? Who gives a shit? To fucking bought Kenny a muffin? Fucking ridiculous sentiment. I think your new viewers don't get that you're holding a large, long position in GME, but also day trade is your job. So GME can work out to make some money. Freg. Oh my God. Freg, thank you so much for the donation. Freg, you're my favorite. Don't tell anyone. Shh. If you want, whatever your name was, Travis. Was it Travis? I'll send you my year-to-date earnings on GameStop options, and you can see how much money I've taken directly from the market makers that sold them to me. I'll be happy to share that with you. And you tell me who's winning in that scenario. Ridiculous. Send it to MD. Dan McLong Johnson. Figured I'd say hi since I haven't for some weeks. Spy puts printed, bought 449 September 17th puts at open. Plan to exit before closing to roll again into Jamie. Fuck Adam Aaron. Fuck yeah, McLong Johnson. Glad to hear it, man. Did you read The Glass Castle, DD? I haven't read it yet, but from what I'm hearing, I'm not gonna like it. I could probably say that right now. I'm gonna give it a fair shake though, and read through the whole thing. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that like you just like the only thing you can do is hold, right? You're battling against hedge funds that make money on ups and downs. And yes, holding is the most important aspect of this whole thing. So what's the fucking problem, Travis? I don't understand. Anytime you're long on a position, right? You should be hedging that position. If you don't intend to sell it and it moves hard to the upside, you should hedge that move. If it moves hard to the downside, you should hedge that because you're not selling your underlying, right? This is how the stock market works. That way you make money off the movement of the stock that you're long on. The house doesn't win all the time. It's not a fucking casino. I have never told anybody to trade options that doesn't know what they're doing. I've encouraged people to paper trade and learn because there is money to be made there and there are safe plays to be made. There's literally riskless opportunities and options if you know what you're doing. So I've not encouraged gambling. You know, to say that about me is just incorrect. I think Moonwind doesn't know what he's doing. Well, I mean, that's not anybody's fault, right? You can read books on option strategies. None that I like. There's a lot of them. Some of them are kind of bullshit, but some are okay. I need to find my old list of option strategies books, but I had a few. I don't use very many of them, but like people who are willing to buy 100 shares of GameStop at, you know, uh 150 could have been selling cash secured puts for 9 months, which just means more shares of GameStop in apes' hands, right? Split stream spy talk about end of day poll, so we end on a happy note. Remember we used to talk about Dr. Burry and not some silly guy's DD on Reddit or AA or how derivatives are bad for GME? Remember when we talked about how salt was a condiment and not a spice and being 6'3" man and getting perms? Those were some good times. All right, Dr. K, I'll lighten it up. It's just that fucking ignorant sentiment really pisses me off. I mean, mostly the strategies I use the most are like straddles, occasionally condors, selling cover, like wheeling. Wheeling is a good strategy that can be very low risk if done appropriately. None of these are particularly good on GameStop. Carl, why'd you time him out? Now I can't read his messages. All right, just don't ban him. There's no reason to ban him if he disagrees with me. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I used to think the same way as Travis, but you changed my mind. I don't understand options trading, so I don't do it. Yeah, and that's how it should be. If you don't understand the risk involved, and you know that's not a risk you're willing to take on, you know, learn about it, learn how they affect the market, but don't do it. It's very simple. But based on the, you know, the $50 million in options traded on GameStop today, it really fucking doesn't matter how anyone feels about it. Derivatives are going to be traded as leverage against the underlying, no matter what you do. And there are good ways and bad ways to do that. Ding, ding. Oh, it's over. I bitched all the way through the end of market. All right. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. For those of you guys that are new members and members, don't forget to head over to the community tab and set the reminder for tomorrow's members only stream. Travis, I understand the sentiment, man, but it's not right. For the rest of you and Dr. K, I hope your family's getting better. Thank you all. Great time today. I'll see you bright and early Monday morning for some pretty fucking sweet market action, I hope. Thank you all so much. Have a great night, guys.